juegas en la ciudad o en una vereda. Lo que importa son tus sueños y llenarlos de color para hacerlos realidad. Pinturas Tito Pavón, el color oficial del deporte colombiano.
Bienvenidos a Recamier, una empresa que ve más allá de la belleza. Una belleza que no es indiferente a los ojos y llega al alma a través de los sentidos. El color, la textura, la fragancia y el performance de nuestros productos avivan el glamour, logran revivir recuerdos y nos hacen soñar. Desde que se creó Recamier, el 15 de octubre de 1947, como un salón de belleza, nos prometimos ofrecer el mejor servicio de peluquería de Cali y a partir de 1954 entregamos a nuestros consumidores productos de altísima calidad. Le dimos vida a 11 marcas a lo largo de esta historia y cerca de 600 referencias que nos llenan de orgullo. Recamier, 75 años creando con amor un universo de belleza y emociones.
Uniendo fuerzas en la pasión por el deporte donde juntos, el Comité Olímpico Colombiano y Recamier S.A. nos comprometemos a impulsar el espíritu deportivo, con el mejor cuidado y la protección que se merecen nuestros deportistas y sus logros. Recamier, patrocinador oficial del Comité Olímpico Colombiano.
So while it's wet, it is still very warm. Joining me in commentary, Rochelle Gilmore. Rochelle, we've had a lot of rain. This is going to change the dynamic of how these athletes approach this race today, right down from possibly changing the tyres that they might have on their bike from maybe having slicks to something with a little bit more grip.
Yeah, I definitely think the grip will be important on that start gate just to ensure that you do get a good start and down that ramp. So there could be some changes of tyres, but it changes a lot of things all the way around the track as well. It's more of a don't give up, anything could happen type of scenario with the rain. So the riders, given it's a bit of an extra long lap for the BMXers, it's there's no place to give up in this race. It can be a race all the way to the finish line.
And so the format for today is that we will have two groups of semi-finalists in the men, 8 in each. They will accumulate points across 3 runs. If you win, you pick up 1 point. If you finish second, you get 2, and so on down through to 6. And the top 4 from each semi-final go through to the final. As we do have a look at the scores, it is very, very long by international standards, and it is that jump out of into the second berm and then out of that second berm that are the key parts on this course. We saw a lot of changes on that third back straight because of the length. A lot of athletes just running out of speed and maybe just not quite having the endurance in their legs. And yet, on the men's side, the races, well, they lasted for around about 40 odd seconds, and for the girls, or for the women, it was around about 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely that third straight that's been troublesome for the women. I think, like you said, they need to keep high speed out of that second berm and be able to keep their movement. And it's so hard. These straights are so long with so many obstacles. It's very hard to keep the high speed, but that's going to be what's really particularly important today.
Now, with the rain, we are going to see some chaos. We are going to see some carnage, particularly in the heats. The semi-finals and that first group for the women. This semi-final, which will follow the men, particularly the first group, that is just stacked with the best riders in the world, which means the lines will be very, very small between getting this right and getting it wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw the first heat of the women's semi-final, how many of the big names are all up against each other. That just means that a rider that could potentially be in the final and even run for a medal is going to miss out, because that first heat is absolutely stacked. As you said, we've got some big names in there with Elise Willoughby, the former Olympic, or the current Olympic champion, Mariana Pajon, Felicia Stansell, we saw do very well again, the Australian, Suka Kabira, she'll be strong as well. She had a bad start to yesterday with a crash, but came home in the last race really strong. So Rebecca Petch from New Zealand, all hopes on her. For my lead commentator, he'll be excited to see Rebecca Petch do well, and Schmolders in top form yesterday, also with Drew Mikkelsen. So it's going to be a stacked first semi-final. You won't want to miss that one. First up are the men, and then over to the women. You can see they were just brooming a part of the track there. The berms are most likely to be concrete and then really packed soil for the straights. So we see a lot of brooming happening on the berms, just don't want them to be too slippery. I don't know, usually they use a very good grip paint to put the logo, the Tokyo logo on there, but they've got the dryers out now. And they'll just leave the soil as it is, but for these concrete parts, they try and dry them down a little bit.
Yeah, so it is a composite mix of hard type concrete, and 70% of it must be of a soil based. So therefore you do just, and there we are. So we just announced that competition is delayed due to weather. Competition will now not start until 10:45. That is local time here in Japan. So Japan time 10:45. So please, wherever you are around the world, do sort of make that adjustment. So basically it has been delayed by 45 minutes is probably the best way of explaining it. So they probably deem these conditions to maybe be just a little bit too dangerous. And of course, Rochelle, the speeds in which they race at, the fine lines, accidents can happen, but the accidents can also be very, very serious. So safety is paramount.
Yeah, they're up to the semi-finals at the Olympic Games, and they're going to be absolutely desperate for positioning through that first corner. So with the wet just added in, it does make it particularly dangerous. You can just see the mechanic just trying to get all the water off the tyres. They'll be carrying their bikes up to the start gate. They won't want any water on the tyres for the start. They'll have to make sure the start gate ramp is very dry as well. So a lot of, you do kind of predict that there could be these kind of hold-ups, but for the athletes as well, it really does throw them off their, they can end up getting, really nervous during that 1 hour that they didn't expect to have to sit around, and their preparation is done to a specific second at the starting time.
Yeah, and you'll hear us talk about that too. So elite level sport, it's about a dress rehearsal in the year out, the 6 months out, 2 years out. So what we mean by that is that, say at a World Cup level, you might race at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and so your nervous system might be down at 3 o'clock. It might be where you generally, that time of the day where you feel like you want to have a little bit of a sleep. So you then have to try and shift the momentum of the body, the nervous system, and it's no different here. They know they're going to be racing at 10 o'clock in the morning Japan time, so they then move everything back to the equivalent wherever they are training, saying, right, we're going to race at 10, let's get used to doing some hard training sessions at 10, and let's work backwards in terms of our warm-up protocols right down to what they have the moment they wake up in the morning through to breakfast.
Yeah, it's a real fine line to make sure the body's ready and awake in a sport like this where you have to be so explosive off the start line. It's the first 1 or 2 seconds that can potentially set you up for the rest of the race. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, the organisers have had a look at the weather and are hoping that it's going to clear up. If they get too much more rain, it may be a further delay, but at the moment we're seeing some blue sky there coming through. So hopefully the weather looks good for a 10 o'clock start.
So that delay again, if you have just joined us, 45 minutes from the original start time. We were set to get at 10 o'clock Japan time in the morning, so 45 minutes, and now that's probably not coming up to around about 40 minutes there or there. So just letting everybody know wherever you are watching this coverage around the world, and I hope you are enjoying the coverage. You will see some simply remarkable pictures today, particularly the slow-mos. It'll give you just such a great appreciation of these athletes, the skill set, the speeds, and what is actually required to become a world-class BMX athlete. So the United Nations fluttering in the background there, and great to have representation from so many countries as well. Had athletes yesterday from Thailand on the start line, from New Zealand, Australia, of course the powerhouses of Europe as well.
Well, there'll be no strangers to racing in the wet, and I don't think it'll change too much for a lot of the athletes. Some will be better in the wet, some will be worse, but I think they won't be strangers to it, because in their local races they race in the rain, but here in Tokyo, a good decision from the organisers just to keep it a healthy and safe Olympic Games. They've done a very good job so far in Tokyo.
Well, I think everybody wants just a good, fair race, don't they? They don't mind a little bit of the environmental factors playing its part in the outcome of an event, but they don't want it to be a major factor. And so we expect it to be, now that we're into the semi-finals, you're going to have the difference between the very best riders and those riders that are still trying to reach that summit. That gap closes up a lot more as we reduce the numbers, and therefore the lines do become a lot finer when they do get on the start line and start, really putting it on the line.
Well, we're definitely going to see a lot closer racing today than we did yesterday, with most of the heats having all top riders. It's such an open race and anything can happen in BMX. So hopefully the rider on the best form that's come into Tokyo will take home the gold medal, but certainly in conditions like this and on the day, every day's a new day. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm quite excited. I'm getting a little bit nervous myself and twitchy with this little delay. But I'm so excited to see the first riders go out of the gate.
No, and if you're sitting at home because you've got a vested interest in a rider and you're a bit nervous, imagine what the riders are going through. And one thing that we do understand is that all of the riders, no matter how much experience they've got, how far they are through their careers, they do get incredibly nervous still on the big occasion. Just gives you an idea a little bit more of the surface there. From a distance, you sort of get the impression that this is a very, very smooth surface, but you can see relatively grippy, and it is, as we said, a composite of soil and sort of concrete, and that is a UCI regulation.
Well, during the delay of the Olympic Games for 1 year, they had the track completely sealed. So when it rained, it didn't affect too much the track, but they did relay it just a month ago, just refine everything. But the rain does actually do quite a bit of damage. You can see little potholes forming in certain areas. So they might want to, if the rain does clear up, they might want to just fill in a few of those little potholes.
And they will, as we have sort of said, there will be some having to make some mental adjustments and some shifts in their thinking, but it's also too about the way they do set their bikes up, and particularly with the tyres they do use. No different than what you see in motorsport. You'll see Formula One drivers, they might start a race in dry conditions, the rain comes down, they move into the pits, and the next set of tyres they put on are not slicks, and they have a lot more grip on them, and this is no different with this sport as well. I've got to say though, it's still very, very warm in Tokyo, and the organisation has been exemplary. The people could not be friendlier, and I do encourage people post the COVID era that do travel to Japan, come here for a holiday, go and have a look across Japan, because they just have an eclectic mix of everything. They've got some of the most progressive cities in the world, but they've also got some of the most beautiful scenery. Another great example too here though, just of the sheer amount of volunteers and workers at each venue, making sure that, it presents itself at the highest level, and that the athletes walk away and go, that is the coolest environment I've ever competed in or ever raced in.
So certainly a very exciting BMX track. I like the fact that they've not gone over the top with really big high doubles that you need to clear that can get very dangerous, like you see in the Supercross BMX. But the fans not too worried there. They've got their seat and they want to see the best of the best come out in less than 45 minutes. But doesn't seem to be, the rain doesn't seem to be easing off at this point. So whilst there's people out there trying to dry the track, they might feel like, let's just wait until the rain stops.
So just re-emphasise too that people have tuned in around the world watching this. Competition was originally set for 10 o'clock in the morning Japan time, which was around about 10 minutes ago. So there is a delay of 45 minutes. So there are 35 minutes from now, there or thereabouts. So we are expecting racing and looking forward to it indeed. It should be an enthralling day. Just the third time that BMX has been held in Olympic Games. Made its debut back in 2012. And boy, I tell you what, over the 8-9 years since, has been a remarkable evolution in terms of the way the riders now approach BMX and the depth we're now starting to see in the sport.
It's an easy sport to get into, and for young kids, families with young children. My brother got his kids into BMX. It's a safe environment to go to a BMX track for children. Obviously they don't break their bones so easily, and there's normally a BMX track quite locally in Australia anyway. It's a really big sport for young children.
And it's great that it's now at the Olympics, because you've only got to have an athlete do well at an Olympic Games, and that just creates a boom within that sport. And I know, coming from New Zealand, when Sarah Walker ended up winning a silver medal back in 2012 when the sport made its debut, the number of youngsters that suddenly want to get involved in BMX, and then suddenly the investment in the sport. We saw tracks that were probably, probably neglected suddenly become world-class facilities. And then you start to see the succession plan. And we actually have a New Zealand athlete on the start line today, Rebecca Petch, and her hero growing up was Sarah Walker. And so that is a classic example of what success does in terms of creating succession.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember watching the Olympic Games at the age of 3, just knowing already being a professional athlete is what I want to do. And I was most drawn to gymnastics. BMX was not an Olympic sport, and somehow I was identified through a talent ID program at school, and they gave me an offer to start in 4 different choices of sports. I think it was rowing, cycling, mountain biking, and something else. And I was so in love with racing every weekend on my BMX bike that I chose cycling, because BMX was not an Olympic sport, but had it have been an Olympic sport, that's the one I would have chosen. I just had so much fun every time I went to the BMX track, and made so many really good friends at a young age that we still keep in touch. And it was quite social, because you're at the track every day for a couple of days. You travel around Australia going to all the different BMX tracks. And it's a really good social sport, fun for the kids. And then now it's an Olympic sport, it's become more serious. Looking at the ages on the start list of the riders that have made it through to the semi-final, you can start at the Olympic Games if you are 18 in the year of the Olympic Games. So that's a UCI rule, not younger. But a lot of the ages are between 25 and 30, so it can be a long career as well.
So that rain, you can see there, hopefully starting to disperse, but it is still coming down. And that is the Japanese uniform for the athletes, and you can buy those replica shirts here, and I've got to say they do stand out. And look very, very smart, the Japanese uniforms, as do many of the countries here. I've got to say I haven't had a chance to look at all of them, but that's what I do love about the Olympics, is the fact that you do get to see them in their national colours. Where often we see a lot of athletes across a lot of sports who might compete in professional teams or clubs, and it's nice to see them sort of, provide that real sense of nationalism as well. Well, welcome into Day 7 of Tokyo 2020. The venue is the Ariake Urban Sports Park. It is semi-finals and finals time for the best men and women in the sport of BMX. On Day 1 of this program, or Day 6 of Tokyo 2020, we had 24 women and 24 men After the heats, it was reduced to 16 men and 16 women in the semi-finals that we're about to bring you. Well, the temperature is 27 degrees and there has been rain, which will certainly add a different dynamic to these semi-finals and to the final. Rochelle Gilmore sitting alongside of me. Rochelle, looking forward to this. The stakes increase, 16 men, 16 women. At the end of it, there will be 8 women left for the final, 8 men left for the final.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day now with just 16 left in the men and women's field. The racing will be a lot closer than we saw yesterday in the preliminary heats. So today we'll see the semi-finals and finals, just one ride if they make it to the final to decide that gold medal. So we'll have 3 runs in the heats for the men and women. And then after that, just one run for the final for the men and women. So, course has been raining, but the course looks like it's drying up.
And that will have an impact in terms of how maybe the riders do set their bikes up. This is a long course by international standards. The second jump off the takeoff is very steep. It has a big lip on it. You do need to control your pace and the way you handle it. But the key part on this course is that final jump into the second berm and then this jump out of that berm. And the third straight, particularly for the women today, could be a big factor. Not just about speed, but it's also about endurance. It was described to me by Sarah Walker, the New Zealand BMX rider who won a silver back in 2012. Of course, this sport's been part of the Olympic program going back to 2008. And she described the track as saying the track is very technical. It's not hard to do, but it's hard to get perfect.
Yeah, and I really understand that. It's not hard to do because there's no massive jumps and major challenges, but there's a lot of obstacles, which means it's hard to perfect. It's hard to get perfect. You have to get your pedaling right in between each of the jumps and you have to land them. They say the landing on a lot of the jumps is hard as well. You can't afford to over jump them, and of course you can't afford to not make it over the jump. So it can really throw the speed off as we now have a look at the start list for the men's semi-final.
Yeah, and there he is, Connor Fields, the defending Olympic champion. And then you run through it. You've got Tuan van Gent, 2019 world champion. Sylvain Andre, the 2018 world champ. You go further down, Carlos Ramirez, the bronze medal from 2016. This semi-final group is stacked. We saw a little bit more room on the track yesterday in the heats, because there were 2 less riders and maybe the experience and the technical ability was greater from, say, the top seeds versus those that may be newer into the sport. That's not the case now. This will be fast, it will be furious. So important they do get off to a good start. History will suggest that if you get a good start, you can take control. So let's go through it. Connor Fields of the United States, Tuan van Gent of the Netherlands, Sylvain Andre of France, Joris Hampson of the Netherlands, Carlos Ramirez of Colombia, Romain Mayu of France, Vincent Pelliot of Colombia, and Nicolas Torres of Argentina. And Torres, well, he was second at the Junior Olympics way back in 2014 in Nanjing, so great to see that evolution from the Junior Olympics to the fully fledged Summer Games now. And there he is, the Colombian.
The magician on the bike.
Yep, 2016 bronze medalist. Sylvain Andre, 28 years of age. As we mentioned, 2018 world champ. Tuan van Gent, 2019 world champ. So therefore, because of the COVID era, he is the reigning world champion. And Connor Fields, the Olympic champion from 4 years ago. The point system is a simple one. The first athlete across the line will get 1 point. The second athlete will get 2 points, and so on through to 8. And it is the riders with the 4 lowest scores across the 3 heats that will progress into the final, which will be held later today. So looking forward to this. A real opportunity to find out how this track is going to ride based on the fact there has been some rain. First semi-final set to go. And good clean start Connor Fields got away nicely on that inside, fairly even. Plenty of pressure, though, coming from Twan van Gent of the Netherlands. But on the outside, Sylvain Andre of France making his move as well. They get through that first burn comfortably.
Yeah, Connor Fields looking very, very good in that position, but he's had some pressure applied by the Frenchman. Now Sylvain Andre takes to the lead with Connor Fields in second place. And this is the difficult part, to keep that speed. If you make one mistake, you can really wipe off the speed.
Well, he's in that position of leading now. He can just afford to back off just a little bit. He'll know that he'll pick up that point. That's very good in terms of setting it up. Good race once again. Coming to from the other athlete out of France, and that is Romain Mailloux. And again, Connor Fields of the United States. So it was Mailloux, Andre and Fields. And Ramirez, they are your first four.
We really expected that fast rider from France to be Sylvain Andre, and it was actually Romain Mailloux. He had a fantastic ride. That was Connor Fields in front there.
Now, these riders will have two more opportunities as we do just have a look. Now, just talking to Sarah Walker, the former silver medalist out of New Zealand, saying it's right here. It's that jump coming just before the second berm. That is critical. And then also the first jump coming out of that second corner on the first jump of the third of the back straight, the third straight on this course. They are the key moments. They are the areas where these riders do need to get it right. You've got to be strong in order to stay in control, and if you have, and you've got to be in control to be precise. So the second of our semi-finals, another 8 riders, and this features a number of highly ranked athletes, including the 2016 World. Champion Joris Daudet of France, as we just confirmed the results from that first semi-final. Great to see Renata Rezonde of Brazil, the bright green and red. Kai White of Great Britain, just 19 years of age. 21 years of age, in fact, a remarkable athlete. And there he is. So, Nick Kimmin. He was the 2014 Youth Olympic champion. Tore Navrestad, 11th at the World Championships back in 2018. And here he is, Kai White, second at the European Championships recently. And Renata Rezonde, 29th in Rio, 32nd in London already. He's higher up the pecking order. And then the very impressive American. And this is Corbin Sherratt, who was world champion at Little Rock, Arkansas, back in 2017. And then the Swiss rider, David Graf, 14th at the Olympics in 2016, but 7th at the World Championships in 2018, or 18 and 19. And Alfredo Campo of Ecuador, 28 years of age. And then Joris Daudet, the 2016 world champion. So some athletes who have got some pedigree, who will be hoping that they are on the cusp of something special.
You can see Kimmin in gate 8. That's his famous gate. He loves gate 8. A little bit further to go, longer line, but he's very confident from gate 8.
Got to get through the second jump. It peaks nicely. The first one, there it is, beautifully done from all the riders so far. And we do see it is the man Nick Kimmin of the Netherlands, who started out wide, that takes that early lead, and he's in control at the moment. And we see Joris Daudet of France in second. There's a real battle for third place, but it is the Netherlands and France comfortably clear at the moment as they come into this third and critical straight.
Well, Kai White from Great Britain, he's in there trying to fight for that third position. As we see Kimmin just take that corner nicely, and the first two places may not fight it out to the finish. They just want to get through to the finals, which is where it's all going to happen. So Kai White goes through for third place.
So Nick Kimmin with the victory, Eurostade in second, and then the 21-year-old out of Great Britain, Kai White, rounding out our top three. But all finishers pick up points, and it can change very quickly from one semi-final to the next. But wow, Nick Kimmin, this man, the famous outside starting point. He is a big, big guy. He does not like to get confrontational, but he has so much power that he gets himself in front and gets the benefit of the kick out of that first berm.
Well, it certainly is very unique to see a rider that can have first pick of the gate or early pick of the gate take number 8. It has always been known as the worst gate in BMX, having to take the longest line to get to the first corner. But he specifically has said he likes to stay out of the trouble of that first straight, and he really backs his power to get to that corner first.
And we will just confirm those results for you. So Kimmin picks up maximum points, or minimum points in this case. Remain, it is the 4 athletes with the lowest scores across 3 heats that will advance to the final, which will take place a little bit later on today, not that long after the completion of both the men's and women's semi-final, and then that will just be one straight race, basically a shootout where there is no room for error. As we now move to the women's semi-finals, into the holding pen where they will be waiting. And so another world-class field, and I saw the New Zealander there, Rebecca Petch, just 23 years of age. I know her family and friends are watching back in Te Awamutu, a wonderful country town in the central North Island. We also saw the very relaxed Drew Mikkelsen of Canada. Rochelle, you know a lot about the Australian athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be for Saya from Australia, Suka Kibabara. We've been struggling with her surname, but we'll definitely have it on par by the end of this race. She's one of the favourites coming into this, but we've seen some great racing from Lauren Reynolds as well. So the 2 Australians are definitely medal chances here at the Olympics.
So Great Britain's rider looking nice and relaxed as well. And that will be Bethany Shriver, 22 years of age. Now, no crowds clearly under the COVID restrictions, but certainly a lot of athletes from other sports coming across and giving plenty of applause to their fellow countrymen, fellow countrywomen. One of the things that we need to discuss is we have had a rain delay, and therefore the athletes have had to change the way they prep. But I would have thought most of them would have had to go through this at some point, where you think you're going to be racing 45 minutes, in fact, earlier than you ended up racing.
It's amazing how much effort the riders go into their pre-race program down to the actual minute, with all of their staff and supporters, what drinks they'll have at what time, what gels and food they need at what time, right down to having their cranks in the right position when they get onto the bike. Tyre pressures, obviously, they test quite a lot right up until the start. A lot of tyre changes due to the conditions today, so they tend to, BMX riders have a wider front tyre than the back, but they'll be really cautious about the slip out of the gate today, so they might have put a little bit more of a tread on the back for today's racing.
Yeah, it was interesting too, just again talking to former New Zealand Olympic silver medalist Sarah Walker, saying that some riders might have changed either one or both tyres, and it's not so much to reduce risk around the course, it's more about making sure they don't slip on that start, on those first few pedal strokes. They're putting down so much power, and we've all probably experienced at some point where maybe that back tyre just doesn't get quite enough grip and it just spins a little bit, and that can be a big factor off the start, and you want to stay in control. And there we go, we do just have a look at that start list in the big screen, and that's fantastic to see. Love the nationalism. It's just simply superb here in Tokyo.
2 from the USA in the first heat of the women, and other countries with just 1 rider: Australia, Switzerland, Colombia, New Zealand, Netherlands and Canada. So great to see BMX becoming a global sport so quickly.
And it is truly a sport that has strength across all continents of the world. Will it be North America? Will it be Europe? Will the medals go the way of Oceania?
Well, we're certainly going to see a ferocious first heat for the women. All the big names packed into the first heat.
Well, just to give you an idea, we've got the 2-time Olympic champion in this first heat of the first group of semi-finalists. We've also got the Rio Olympic Games silver medalist. And then you go back and you look at athletes such as Meryl Smulders, who was second at the World Championships back in 2018 in Baku. And there we go, we get a look at this wonderful and remarkable venue, one of many incredible venues that Tokyo have built for this Olympic Games, and they will be legacy complex, and this hopefully in the future will be where future BMX champions out of Japan will learn their trade.
Well, if I come back to Japan, I'll be definitely coming back with a BMX bike to have a go around this absolutely magnificent course. It just looks so beautiful. Sometimes I can be a little bit intimidated by the big sets of doubles that they put in the first straight, but they've tried to make this track equally as competitive for the men and the women, and some tracks actually have a section where the women don't go around the big obstacles. They do a different part, but they've really tried to make this course absolutely perfect for men and women.
Look there too at Sakakibara of Australia, as we do just have another look at the course for the women, and it is that second jump in the first straight which has got a really big lip on it, but it is this jump here, this final jump, which is absolutely crucial, coming into the second bend and then out the first jump here. That is where they need to control, that is where they need to be precise. The third straight for the women is where we saw a lot of changes in the lead yesterday, so it is long by international standards, 10 to 15 seconds longer. So the way the athletes have set everything up, it's not just about speed endurance. There is just a general component now of strength endurance. But they've had lots of time. They know what this course has been. So over the last 2 years, to adjust their training accordingly.
Yeah, it's just in that heat of the moment of the competition and being surrounded by riders, you can perfect it in the training rounds, but once you actually get into race mode, if you just case one of those jumps on that third straight, it completely wipes off all of your speed, and you can see yourself going from 2nd to 7th place pretty quickly. So this will be a hotly contested heat from the first semi-finals for the women.
And so they are set like a bunch of coiled springs. They know that the stakes increase now. They all want to get a good number on the board in this first heat, just to maybe take a little bit of pressure off themselves, but to also put pressure back on their opponents for the second and third runs. Do not underestimate the psychological games that will be played. Running through the start list, and there it is, as we said, the United Nations. Good to see young Rebecca Petch here in the semi-final. She took a heavy fall in New Zealander in the very first heat yesterday, and it was on that really steep-lipped jump at the end of the second straight, heading into the second bend. Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands, she comes in. She was second at Baku World Championships back in 2018. Now Drew Mikkelsen of Canada, 23 years of age. Felicia Stansel of America, 26, 6th at 2019 World Championships. And there she is, well, arguably the greatest of all time, Mariana Payon of Colombia, the 2-time Olympic champion, 2012, 2016. Elise Willoughby of the United States, 30 years of age, Rio silver medal, and 2019 world champion. Zoe Glassens, 20 years of age, out of Switzerland.
And from Australia, we have Saya Sukakabara, And she is one of the favourites. She had a crash as well in the first round yesterday, but seemed to bounce back to win the final run, round 3 yesterday. So this is going to be a very close race.
And how close? Because there could be a little bit of chaos, there could be a little carnage. The start's so important. Set to go. First of the semi-finals for our women. 8 of the best in the world. Oh, good even start. Willoughby of the United States got away clearly. Petch already chaos, 2 riders down. I think 2 riders have gone down. Now it's about concentration. Who takes control? It is the Australian at the moment. Now the challenge starts to come, though, from the very impressive American Felicia Stansel.
Yeah, a big battle here from Felicia Stansel.
Oh, Stansel almost loses it. That opens the door for the Canadian to come through. Petch, the New Zealander, in the frame. That is the key part on this course. A wonderful race.
Well, you can just see there now when you're not making those jumps how much ground you can lose as the Australian went from 2nd back to 4th.
But it will be Mariana Payan, the 2-time Olympic champion in cruise control, who takes this one. Felicia Stansel will finish in 2nd, and Drew McKelson of Canada round out our top 3. Petch, the New Zealander, 4th. Wow.
Well, in this championship so far, Payan has not won a race. She has won the 3 rounds of the quarterfinals and the first round of the semi-finals. So the experience comes in for Marianne Paget.
Talking to Sarah Walker before this race, she's picked this. She said, expect, particularly with this group of women in this first semi-final, expect crashes because of the close proximity of their talent and their ability. And we saw just that. Just have a look here. This is that second jump. It's got a big lip on it on the first straight, and that's where it happened. Just a quick touch of wheels.
Yeah, the 2 riders clipped in the air. But then we saw another battle here.
So it was Willoughby that went down, current world champion, or 2019 world champion.
Yeah, and we saw her coach, Sam Willoughby from Australia, just on the sideline in a wheelchair from a bad accident after the Rio Olympics, where he took a silver medal. But it's very tough for these women with a longer course to actually clear all of the jumps. You see a few of them just clipping the top of the jumps, and it's wiping off so much speed. Here's Willoughby. She doesn't look too bad.
Does put pressure on her, though, as we do just confirm it. So those points, they stand. So Rebecca Petch with 4. Meryl Schmolder's there with 6. And the very informed Elise Willoughby of the United States, well, 8 points at the moment. They cannot drop a race. It's not 2 out of your best 3 races. It's all 3 that do count. And so now we move on to the second semi-final. This again, incredibly strong. These are the top 16 female BMX riders on the planet. But the weight comes with the title that you see behind them, Tokyo 2020, the Olympic Games. As we look at the start list there. So Australia represented by Lauren Reynolds, Smolders of the Netherlands, Christensen there of Denmark as well. Alia Van Oof, 29 years of age, 6th in Rio, representing Belgium. Axel Etienne, she was 3rd at the World Championships in 2019. She's been consistent, 8th in 2018, 5th in 2017. Is this going to be her time? Bethany Shriver of Great Britain, 22 years of age. 15th at the 2019 World Championships, loving the personality. And then we have Judy Bouw of the Netherlands, 27 years of age, 2nd at the European Championships in 2019. Simone Christensen of Denmark. Christensen comes in, having finished 15th at Rio. back in 2016. Laura Smulders, bronze medalist from 2012. And then Lauren Reynolds, 11th in Rio, 15th in London, 30 years of age now. And how much of an improvement has she made over the last 5 years?
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Again, good start, nice start there in the middle by Laura Smulders of the Netherlands, but immediately we see another big crash on the first. Both Dutch riders gone down, the Australians gone down. More chaos, more carnage. Oh, this is unbelievable what we're seeing at the moment as Axel Etienne is taking control. And now some work to do to maximise those points. Alia Van Oof of Belgium in second place. In third place, in fact.
It might be the British rider Shriver out in front. Shriver takes that last final corner. What a messy start that was for Heat 2 of the women's semi-final.
Yes, in fact, it was the British athlete.
Shriver, Christensen, and the Belgian athlete Van Hoof. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's no good, is it?
Not moving too well just yet.
No.
Test everything.
Bronze medalist from 2012.
And Reynolds just rolling into the finish, shaking her head.
Well, pressure goes on those three riders. Some of them come with some big reputations. Narimova of the Russian Olympic Committee picks up valuable low points by finishing fourth as well. If we just have a look here.
Yeah, that was so the first crash was the Dutch woman just came down and took out her teammate there. But high on the berm, we see another crash happen as riders were forced to go high. So from another angle here, just a knock of elbows, misbalance, and then we see Reynolds just take a rider too high, herself and another rider, just due to the way they came into the corner.
Well, unlike Laura Smulders, you just sort of get a sense that Reynolds, well, the injuries were more just grazes. Didn't come down too hard on it, but a very good performance coming from Bethany Shriver of Great Britain. And then it was Belgium and France, second and third. So Alia Van Oof, she'll be pretty happy with that. She managed to stay out of the trouble, but how things can change so quickly in the sport of BMX. And there we go, just confirming those results for you.
Yeah, great ride.
So Judy Bowell, fifth.
Great Britain to get out in front and out of that mess. Denmark's Christensen coming for second, and Belgium's Elke Van Hoof for the third place there.
And when you do crash, it is so important you do try and get up, particularly if it is 3 or 4 athletes, because you still want to try and get across the line and get the valuable points and great recognition. This is going to require some real mental fortitude for Laura Smulders. She's got not a lot of time to regather herself. Just how sore is she? Boy, bronze medal back in London. Remember, this has been a sport at the Olympic Games since 2008.
She looked like she was in a bit of pain there. Not a good sight for Smulders. She was on fire yesterday. And to have a crash in the first round, we'll see how she comes back for the second run.
And this is one of wonderful initiatives that these athletes can communicate with friends and family around the world, get a bit of encouragement, say hi to mum and dad or friends, and it is fantastic. We saw Rebecca Petch, the New Zealander, yesterday talking to her parents in Te Awamutu, which is a farming community in New Zealand. Isn't technology remarkable? Great initiative from the IOC, great initiative from the organising committee here in Japan. That's at most of the venues or all of the venues for the athletes.
The French supporters there, BMX, have very strong French riders.
Every BMXer will crash probably every... And you'll probably think a lot more regularly than perhaps we imagine, and so they'll be used to the tumbles, and therefore they might not necessarily ever get used to the injuries, but they will get used to having to get themselves back in the right frame of mind in a very short turnaround. Yeah,
there's not often a weekend of racing where you don't go down. You have your obviously warm-up and training laps as well, so all BMXers will be very familiar with crashing and knowing just how to keep the mental state calm and just check the body over. They'll have physiotherapists and masseurs there, doctors, just to check the body over and let them know that they're okay, and that can really help mentally to hear from a doctor, look, it might hurt, but it's not broken, you'll be fine, just ignore it for the next 50 seconds.
I had this track described to me by the New Zealander, Sarah Walker, who finished second in 2012 in London, and she best described the track as this: the track is very technical. It's not a hard track to do, but it's a hard track to perfect. And I think we are seeing that. You might get tracks that might be narrower, that might be a bit tighter, but this is offering these athletes the genuine Olympic experience in terms of toughness.
Yeah, you really do have to perfect this course, because you can see one tiny mistake knocks off so much speed that you just have another couple of riders past you, and that can do a lot for you mentally too. You think it's all over, you've just got to fight all the way to the finish for those points to make it into the final. So support for Great Britain, looking good after that last run's win.
So it has been raining today. It's just started to lift, very overcast, very warm. The riders have been using a lot of ice. In fact, across all the sports, a lot of ice packs going on, just trying to cool down that nervous system. And we are now waiting for the second run in men's semi-final one. And there we go after the standings, after the semi-finals. After the first run for our first group of men's semi-finalists, and it was Romain Mayhew who picked up the points. And then it was Nick Kimmin, Alfredo Campo, Kai White and Joris Dode. Bit of work to do for the American Corbin Chourat, who won the World Championships back in 2017. So our first group of semi-final men, they will have gone away. They will now have a better understanding of how this course is riding, knowing that it has rained this morning. They would have done some visualising. They would have sat down with their coaches and said, right, this is how I need to approach jump A or the second corner. Everyone will be slightly different.
They certainly would have identified yesterday the places on this BMX course where they really struggle and have to concentrate. Maybe their coach will suggest to come in on a different line, or, you know, let's keep the bike on the ground. I mean, we're seeing a lot of crashes in the first straight due to riders colliding in the air, which brings us back to Kimmin of the Netherlands, who just really likes to stay out in gate 8 and away from that carnage that can potentially happen on that first couple of jumps in the first straight.
So they will be introduced from lanes 8 right through. So they get to choose their starting order, what they did in the last round. So if you ended up winning that, which was the case for Romain Mayhew, he then gets to decide where he wants to start. So here is Vincent Pelliot, 31 years of age, fourth at the Pan American Championships. Tuan Van Gogh, he wears the number 1 because he is the current world champion. And then alongside of him, his fellow countryman, and that is Joris Harmsen and Nicolas Torres. Carlos Ramirez of Colombia. the Olympic champion from 5 years ago in Rio, Connor Fields, 28 years of age, out of the United States, spent most of his time racing in America, not in Europe, so a lot of people are not that aware of his form guide. And then the man from France, Sylvain Andre, 2018 world champion, just Mr. Consistency himself. And then his fellow countryman alongside of him, Romain Mayeux of France.
Well, the French being 1-2 in the last run, this is a second of 3. And they take gate 1 and 2, the Frenchmen.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Well, you just see the power out of the blocks there, like the coiled springs. Very good start coming from Ramirez, but now as they come into the first berm, it is the American, the defending champion, Connor Fields, and then it is the 2 French riders right up on his wheel. Sylvain Andre is one of those riders.
Yeah, good start from the American Connor Fields. He came in as favourite, and then you can see the 2 Frenchmen just behind. They can't afford to lose rhythm on this section, but they hold places 2nd and 3rd with the fight behind them.
Also, it is Mayhew of France, and then Andre, the other Frenchman. Good race coming as they come through. The American will want to make a statement. It will be Connor Fields. It will be Connor Fields who does get the job done. I think narrowly maybe over Romain Mayeux. We will just have to confirm that for you. Very close on the line. Sylvain Andre of France, well, definitely in 3rd place. Just looking at the official results, they've gone with Romain Mayeux as having taken this heat narrowly over the American.
Yeah, Mayhew will be happy with that after first in the first run, second in the second one. And the other Frenchman, also Sylvain Andre, would be happy with that run as well. You can just see here the different styles riders. Lifting the front of their bikes up or trying to stay low and aero.
Just have a wee look there. Oh, I'd like to. Our official results. Gone with Romain Mayeux. And so Connor Fields 2nd. Sylvain Andre. Great camera work. Great photo finish.
Ramirez coming in 4th from Colombia, so that puts him in a safe position as well.
So it will be Mayeux, and that is the total at the moment over 2 rounds. So Ramirez of Colombia, at the moment, if it was to be determined now, he would go through to the semi-finals, through to the finals, but of course they all have one more run each, and now this is the second group. Second semi-final group. And this is stacked as well. So Nick Kimmon loves to start on the outside.
Yeah, he won the round 1 from gate 8, so he's not going to change things up now.
Corbin Chirard, big pressure on him, 8 points in that first one after taking a nasty crash. He's going to want to try and change it. And then Tore Nafrestad of Norway, 24th back in Rio. Finished 11th at the World Championships in 2018. And then out of Switzerland, David Graf, 31 years of age. Mr. Consistency at recent World Champs, 7th in 2018, 2019. Renata Rezond, 30 years of age. And then out of Great Britain, a real rising star, 21 years of age, Kai White. And Mr. Consistency, the 2016 world champion, Joris Dode, 30 years of age. And then it will be the man from Ecuador, Alfredo Campo.
Alfredo Campo, he finished 2nd in the first run, so he's had a good start. we're about to see close to 2,000 watts pushed by each rider off this gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Very nice even start. I've got to say that Kimmin got a slightly slow start on the outside, but now uses all of that power. Looks to try and take control out of this first berm, but it will be the Frenchman at the moment who looks to try and take control, Joris Daudet. So the wonderful French rider in control. Now really, it's his to lose from here. They say that if you lose the lead in the BMX race, it's because you've made a mistake.
Well, Daudet and Campo are looking good. The rider from Ecuador in second and Netherlands in third.
Good race coming to here. So Kai White looking to try and sneak in fourth maybe for Britain. We'll have to go to the photo on that. But it is Daudet of France, and he looked relaxed. Nick Kieman of the Netherlands, who started in lane 8, just didn't get the best of starts.
No, the first time we haven't seen him take control in that first corner. Kieman, you can just see him here. He's got Daudet, takes the lead. Campo just pushes under.
Good comeback too from Kai White, because he was somewhat down coming out of that first berm. Made a lot of time up on that second back straight.
Yeah, he'll be feeling really confident going into run 3, as will these 3 men at the front. So Daudet, the Ecuadorian, doing very well. Campo, he's got to be comfortable too, and we see the sprint now between White and Kieman. I think White might have just taken it. Oh, Kieman. So Kieman in for fourth, and then fifth goes to the rider from Great Britain, Kai White.
Yeah, we saw a lot of riders in the heats yesterday fairly relaxed and fairly cruisy on that back straight, just trying to sort of save a bit of energy. But semi-finals time, you know, you finish fourth or you finish fifth. That can be a big difference. So lovely to see, isn't it? Razan just getting a little bit of reassurance from his parents. And so the results after the semi-final, after the second run, it is Alfredo Campo of Ecuador, Nick Kieman, Joris Daudet, Kai White. They are the 4 at the moment, and a considerable margin too, back to 5th place in Tore Nafrestad. So I would imagine that for the likes of Kai White, it's about percentages in the next race. You'd have to do something majorly wrong to miss out on that final.
Yeah, and it can play a big part in either just playing it a little bit safer or being a little bit more aggressive, depending on where you're sitting in the qualifications. But looking good for the top 4 with a bit of a gap back to the 5th place rider there. So Campo, Kieman, Daudet and Kai White looking quite comfortable to go through to the final. Still 1 run to go for both the women and the men. 2 for the women.
And good to see the umbrellas are down and things are drying out. It's a hard enough sport when you've suddenly got to negotiate a little bit of water and then starting to think, have I got the right tyres? Do I need slicks? Do I need something with a bit more grip? You know, when the weather's out, a lot of those decisions are taken out of your hands. It is a course that is deemed to be 10 to 15 seconds longer than what you might traditionally get on the World Cup circuit or World Championships. I know, reading some media around the New Zealander Rebecca Petch, it was a big adjustment for her when she came to a test event here back in 2019. And so suddenly the endurance component became a little bit more important for the athletes. And the next race will be the second round for the women's semi-finals, and it'll be that first group that will go, which is a group just stacked, filled of stars, including Mariana Payon, the two-time Olympic champion from 2012, 2016, and there she is.
Yeah, unbelievable that she's won every race so far at the Olympics. The first 3 runs yesterday in the semi-finals, and then the first run today. Sakakibara from Australia. She's one of the favourites, but she has a lot to do. Elise Willoughby from the United States, just to the left of your screen, married to the Australian Sam Willoughby, who is actually here coaching his wife, Alice Willoughby, and also the Australian we're seeing now, Lauren Reynolds.
Yeah, it was a good performance from Drew McKeelson of Canada. She probably benefited from that big crash, but that's what they say. Get yourself into a position, and if luck might go your way, so be it.
Zoe Klassen's having a crash as well, and late to the start. Perhaps a little bit of mechanical work to the bike.
And there are lovely Japanese uniforms. The Olympic uniform for the Japanese, the host nation, really do stand out. And it's not just the uniform that is stunning, it's been the way they've presented these Olympics, the organisation. You cannot fault it. It's been very challenging with COVID, but boy, I tell you what, they've been so accommodating. The protocols they have in place are simply remarkable, and then you back it up with the television coverage that we're getting, the replays, and wow, it really is a statement in innovation. It's a statement in hospitality here at Tokyo 2020. So just confirming the starters in this. So we will have the great Mariana Payon, Felicia Stansel representing the United States, one of 2, alongside of her, Elise Willoughby, who won silver in Rio back in 2016. And the riders will be hoping that rain just stays away. And that's how this semi-final stands at the moment. So if you have just joined us, 1 point for finishing first, 2 points for finishing second, right on down. And it's the 4 athletes at the end of the 3 rounds with the lowest scores that will go through to the gold medal race, which will just be a one-off, winner takes all.
So we're just getting ready for the first heat of the second run for the women at the BMX in Tokyo. A lot of nervous faces there, and a stack-packed first heat for the women. Big names all in there. We saw a little bit of rough and tumble in the first race. Let's hope for a cleaner race here in the second race.
And there is Zoe Glassens, and I just wonder what is going through the mind of Meryl Smulders, 23 years of age. Sakakibara of Australia as well, making her way back up. She took a heavy crash, so we'll be looking to try and right the wrongs. But it's got to take some risks, but boy, not too big a risk. How much of this, for those that crashed, is about the percentages versus putting it right on the line? I'd imagine if a rider takes another crash here, then, well, it's all or nothing in that final heat.
You do wonder how much, once you get off the start line, not so much, but for Sakakibara, her brother would have been here had it not have been from a bad accident a couple of years ago. He has made a remarkable recovery after having some brain damage, able to speak again. He has been on the bike, not riding too smoothly, but making great progress. But the brothers and sisters from a small town where I'm from in middle of Wollongong and Sydney, Helensburgh, they've produced some great cyclists.
And because of that story, there will be a lot of people around the world that will really want to see her do well, because it must be incredibly tough too on the family, as we now see the riders come out. So Willoughby looks like she'll start closest, or onto the right hand side. No, she's in the middle. We will introduce the riders for you. But Mariana Payon, the 2-time Olympic champion, she has not lost a race yet at Tokyo 2020. She won all 3 of her heats. and she has won the first semi-final. So young Rebecca Petch narrowly taking Sarah Walker's place in the New Zealand team. Thoroughly deserved. Meryl Smulders. And so she was second at Baku in the World Championships in 2018, as we have a look at Zoe Glassens. And alongside of her, Elise Willoughby, and she wears the number 1 because she is still a reigning world champion from 2019. Say Sakakibara of Australia.
Yeah, they'll need a good start. Sakakibara from the middle. It can get a little bit messy in the middle there.
Drew McKelson of Canada. And then Felicia Stansel of the United States, the 2 Americans. And there she is, the great Mariana Payon.
The queen of BMX, and she's very comfortable riding out of gate 1. That's the position she likes best, and she has not lost a run yet at these Olympic Games.
Yeah, just psychologically too, I just wonder the performances, how much damage that has maybe done for these other riders, and whether their shift is 2nd, 3rd and 4th, such as her class. Set for a start, 2nd round, women's semi-final for Group 1 of 8 riders. And again, just see Payon get away beautifully, already in control of this race. Good performance though coming from Sakakibara of the Australia, and she takes control into the first berm. So this is much better after taking a heavy crash in the first semi-final race. It is the Australian who controls, and maybe, just maybe for the first time, we might see Payon lose a race.
Well, Sakakibara is really taking it to her, but this is the section where Payon comes back and gets that momentum going on the 3rd straight. But Sakakibara, she's having a great ride.
And then the 2 Americans in the mix as well, but it might be Australia. Valuable points up for grabs. Here comes the 2-time champion though, but it will be, say, Sakakibara who takes out that victory over Payon. And then it is Willoughby and Stansel. So the 2 Americans coming to the fore.
Well, what a relief that'll be for Saya Sakakibara. There she is, the Australian, right from the start. You saw her come out fast, and Payon on the inside.
And it will be
Payon, the first race that she has not won here at the Olympic Games. But in saying that, we're getting closer to the finals, and she's got good points. Only one more run to go for the women.
And just having a look here, the New Zealander rider, Petch, doing everything right technically, but as we have said on this particular course, it's not necessarily the most difficult of courses, but it's hard to perfect. And there we go, America 3rd and 4th.
3rd going to Elise Willoughby, and 4th to Felicia Stansel.
And then it will be Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands, and then Petch of New Zealand. I think that is your top 6. And there we go, the ice packs go straight on. Just confirming that, so Zoe Glassens, bit of work to do. In fact, it was Drew Melkerson who ended up finishing 5th. And that, in fact, this is the total after both races. My apologies. So there we go. So it's still Petch in 4th, but it is a ding-dong battle, isn't it?
Very close after 4th place for the qualification. So we're going to see some desperation in the 3rd run for the women. So the 2nd heat of the women just lining up.
And there is the lineup for the 2nd heat of the 2nd group of semi-finalists on the women's side. Judy Bouw of the Netherlands, and she will have her fellow countrymen also in this heat. Laura Smulders as we go through it. And our first look at Alia Van Oof of Belgium. Axel Etienne of France. And the very impressive 22-year-old Bethany Shriver out of Great Britain, or representing Great Britain. Laura Smulders, 27 years of age, bronze in London back in 2012.
Very hard finish. Did not finish the last run. The Australian now, Lauren Reynolds. She looks very, very focused.
Well, she's going to need to be after taking a crash. Judy Bell of the Netherlands. And Natalie Adamova, and just on her inside, the athlete out of Denmark, Simone Christensen, 27 years of age. This angle is around about 30 degrees to give you an idea of how steep that is. In professional bike racing, 10% is considered a Category 1 climb. So it's all about power, it's all about start. Second round of the women's semi-final. This is the second group of athletes.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Well, a long wait there on the gate. Very hard to judge sometimes because they do at different intervals, but Lauren Reynolds has got out good for Australia, and from Great Britain, again.
Bethany Shriver, so leads the Australian Reynolds, so it's Shriver and Reynolds, and now the challenge starts to come from Axel Etienne of France, but it is still Shriver as they come through the second berm. Now this next jump key, got to try and hold it together.
This is where it all happens in the women's race on this straight. But Shriver from Great Britain looks so strong. Lauren Reynolds just on the wheel.
Very good performance coming
Etienne
from Etienne of France in the mix, but it will be Shriver, Great Britain, Reynolds who will finish in second place.
And Christensen in fourth place.
And there you go. So, very good start from Shriver. They say in BMX that if you do take the lead, and you do everything right after that, it is very hard for a rider to come around and beat you. And she got that lead early and she held on to it. She's starting to get a greater understanding of this course. She'll go over. And there we go. Wonderful to see, isn't it?
Yes! Come on! Amazing!
Very cool indeed.
In true BMX style.
Just have a look here. Look at the skill set of these remarkable athletes and that ability just to control the bike, gain an understanding of the momentum, become one with your machine.
Yeah, it certainly is a very skillful sport. A lot of these riders have been riding since the age of 2 or 3. See Shriver doing a fantastic job from the front, always hot on the back wheel, Lauren Reynolds. So good ride by Etienne to come in for third place. Smulders there just getting some support. Not getting it right today. She looked quite strong yesterday, but unfortunately looking like she won't make it through to the final.
And let's just check those after that particular semi-final. So Bethany Shriver, 2 points. Simone Christensen, 6. Lauren Reynolds, 9. Axel Etienne on 9. Nice little battle too. So 3 riders, including Elke Van Oof, who have an opportunity to progress to the final. The next race
it's going to be
will be a case of winner takes all, won't it, for those currently sitting 4th, 5th and 6th, there or thereabouts. Remarkable. And it's what it should be at an Olympic Games. It's going to be incredibly exciting because up next it'll be the third and final race for the 2 groups of 8 men in the semi-finals. And then we will know who our 8 finalists will be for a one-off race for gold, silver and bronze.
Well, we're certainly going to see some exciting racing to come, especially in the women's heat 2 of their final round. There are many riders that need to pull off a good race to make it into the final, so it's essentially going to be a final for those riders in their last run of the semi-finals.
Yeah.
We always see BMX as an anaerobic sport. They don't breathe too much in that 40 seconds, but it is very aerobic. You have to keep backing up, you have to be fit, and especially for this course being 10 seconds longer, they need to be in good condition.
Yeah, we often do say that in sport, don't we? It's like you can see an athlete do something in a training run and look really good, but it's how you have the ability to back it up, how quickly you recover, and I think recovery is always the best sign of how fit an athlete is. And this is high intensity, high heart rate, a lot of burning going on in the legs, a lot of lactic acid. They need to find ways of flushing that lactic acid.
Yeah, you see the riders put the longest seat post in as soon as they come across the line, and they try to just keep rolling the legs. You'll see some riders sitting on the rollers to just keep the legs moving and remove some of that lactic acid.
Yeah, just to flush the legs, I call it, and there's a great example of it. So that seat post certainly is not the seat post they'll be racing on, but it just gives you an idea. There you go, that's a better position of how you seat it, much closer to the frame. And they're 20-inch wheels. And historically, always just one fixed gear, but we have maybe just seen, Rochelle, a little bit of maybe just a slight change in philosophy from one particular rider.
Yes, it's a rider there from the Netherlands, Twan van Gent. He has taken a step in innovation of BMX, and he's running 2 gears. So you can just see to the left of your screen a gear lever. You can change gears with 2 cogs on the back. So it was hasn't helped him today, but feeling a lot of pressure.
And that might be normally probably a gear that allow him to maybe feel like he's pressing on the pedals a little bit harder. It'll be a gear that he'll be using for trying to get a bit more speed.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is that the BMX, so much smaller are the frames than what we see on road bikes, yet their crank length, which is the arm that attaches the pedal, is actually considerably longer than what we see on road bikes.
Yeah, for the men, they're riding around 180 millimetre cranks, so they are quite long. The women 1.7 to 1.75, but the BMX bikes are still developing a little bit. We can see the Dutch rider is Van Gent riding on a carbon frame. Previous to that, it was always aluminium, but they run, like we said, a wider tyre on the front for traction and a more narrow tyre on the back. And they're all now using clipless pedals, which means they are solidly clipped into their pedals with a type of mountain bike shoe.
And that just allows you to pull up on the pedals a lot more too if you are clipped in, and the motion of pedaling is still about pulling up at one part on the stroke. Everybody just sort of thinks that, oh, you just sort of push down and the pedals naturally come around, but there is a component of pulling up. So it is a sport that is technical. You want to keep it nice, you want to try and keep it as circular as you can with a lot of motion without any little chinks at any point in that momentum.
It's certainly important to be able to pull up out of the gate. That's where you see the riders really using their hamstrings. And it's changed a lot in the sport, being more quad dominant in the past, as we see the standings now for the men's semi-finals.
Well, the pressure really goes now on Nicolas Torres, Vincent Pelluat, the second of the Colombian riders, and still for Joris Hamsen. They need very good performances if they are to move through to the Olympic final. Just 4 from this heat will go through.
And this is the second heat that we'll take to the gate after that first lot of men we've just seen.
And Tore Navrestad and David Gruff, they are the 2 riders where the pressure will go on. So now the stakes do increase. And with that pressure, possibly mistakes. And what impact will that have on those riders that have so far stayed out of trouble? You're not going to necessarily be the reason why you end up crashing. So you've got to be smart. And they will get their draw on the gate based on what they did in the previous heat in terms of where they want to position themselves. And they'll have an idea of the types of rider that they have next to them. Those riders that they think might be maybe, well, I don't want to use the word, but maybe just a little bit loose, or prepared to maybe throw their bikes around a little bit more. And they might say, you know what, I don't want to be next to that style of rider. So it'll be subtle, but they will understand the riding style of each rider. You have to have a lot of courage to be a BMX racer. It is a simply remarkable sport.
Yeah, there's no room for hesitation or fear in BMX when you get to this level. It's all about the mental state, the reaction time out of the gate, the amount of power you can produce in those first 2 pedal strokes, and then about the flow of the course, just keeping the momentum, keeping the speed high, pedaling at the right times, keeping it low over the jumps, not to lose too much time in the air.
We saw a nice shot there of Twan van Gent, who is the current world champion. That's why he has the number 1 on. Of course, no world championships in 2020, so he gets to be world champion for 2 years, possibly Olympic champion. So,
well, he's got a lot of work to do in this first heat. Number 1, Van Gent.
Yeah, and he will be his fellow countryman will also start in this first group, and that is Joris Harmsen.
Bit of pressure on Carlos Ramirez as well. It's only 4 of these riders progressing through to the final. It is their last chance to have a good race and secure their spot in the Olympic Games final.
So Romain Mailloux, the 26-year-old, 31st at the World Championships in 2018, 22nd in 2017. And there he is, Joris Harmsen. So Harmsen, well, he finished 4th at the World Championships in 2018, so we know he's got the ability. Twan van Gent, as mentioned, current world champion.
You get a good look at that lever on his bike there. So most of these riders, well, every rider just using a back brake, no front brakes. Nicolas Torres, he's fired up.
Yeah, and well, he needs to be, because he's just outside the top 4 at the moment. And here is Carlos Ramirez. He is currently sitting in 4th place. So he just really probably just needs to stay out of trouble here, play the percentages. And one of 2 very good Frenchmen, Sylvain Andre, 3rd at the World Championships, thus the number 3. The current Olympic champion, Connor Fields. Good, fairly even stake. Great start from Connor Fields on the inside. You can just see him already just taking a slight control. But now, chaos carnage on the first berm. Well, that is disaster for the Olympic champion. Let's just hope they're all okay. But meanwhile, out in France, it is one of the 2 Frenchmen, Sylvain Andre or Romain Mailloux. Wow, just when you think it's all about percentages, and then we see that. This is the sport of BMX riding. This is the Olympic Games.
Well, it's certainly a bit of carnage in that first corner, but we're going to see the Frenchman take that out quite easy, and then the Colombian.
Well, Romain Mailloux will get the victory. It'll be Ramirez of Colombia in 2nd, and good for the Argentinian Nicolas Torres, because he picks up 3rd place, valuable points. How does that then change the standings? I've got to say, the American Connor Fields, he went down heavy, and look, you can still see there are people just addressing that, but hopefully he will be okay. But we should celebrate the fact that Romain Mailloux did take a very important victory in that 3rd and final race of the semi-final.
Yeah, Romain Mailloux, he was 1st in the first run, 2nd in the 2nd run, and 1st in the 3rd run. So he's had a clean ride in the Colombian. He came in 2nd, 4th in the 1st run.
And now just looking at the results that I have sitting here in front of me, because Connor Fields has been so good through those first 2 runs.
Still sits in 4th.
He still sits in 4th, and he does qualify, as does Sylvain Andre, Carlos Alberto Ramirez, and Romain Mailloux.
So it'll just be a matter now of seeing if Connor Fields is seriously injured. He's still out on the course getting medical attention.
So plenty of safety out on the course too as we go back and have a look at the number one rider in the world, Tuan van Gent.
Well, it doesn't look like he's made it through to the final, so all that work he did with Red Bull making a ramp for him just at his local BMX.
And also Joris Harmsen. Disappointment, but they understand the game here. There's no intent from anybody. This is just what happens when you get 8 coiled springs on a start line that just explode out of the blocks, knowing what's at stake. And you can just see the damage that has been done. We should say that the berms, the bankments, can be a concrete type surface, but the main part of the course has to be 70% soil as under the UCI. Now, course surfaces will change around the world, and even no one course is made up the same.
Yeah, in the berms there, I think it's particularly a hard surface. That is, again, he's out of the final. And as we were saying, so much work done to replicate the start ramp and the first straight in his local town.
Well, so good news for Romain Mailloux of France. He qualifies with 4 points in first place out of this semi-final. As we go back and just look at some of the images here, look how high they do get. Really important, you do get plenty of speed. It's really easy to jump, make mistakes like casing. Now, casing is basically coming up short on the landing and therefore completely out of rhythm, out of momentum. Or you can over jump, and that's landing too far past the jump. And it is the second berm, the jump prior to the second berm, which is critical on this course, and then the first jump coming into the third straight. Good to see representation, and the Colombians out here making their presence felt, congratulating their boy, Carlos Ramirez. It is a tough sport. Boy, fine lines. Wonderful medical support across all the sites. And we do hope that Connor Fields is okay, the defending Olympic champion. And that crash will also be a reminder to our female athletes who still have one final run in the semi-finals, 2 semi-finals of 8 riders. And then we'll also still one of the men's semi-finals to come to determine which 4 riders out of that group will progress to the one-off men's Olympic final. That again is just a world-class field. So there it is, just confirming the qualification. So Romain Mailloux qualifies first, Carlos Ramirez, Sylvain Andre, and the American Connor Fields. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not he does. We do see him in that final, just been stretched off there. So we'll have to wait.
Yeah, very big possibility we might see Nicolas Torres make it into the final of the men's Olympic Games. BMX, we still have Heat 2 to run of the men.
And those men will have been just reminded of the dangers or the fine line that they do live on when it comes to racing BMX. And this is nothing unusual for the sport. You will see crashes at World Cups right around the world, at national championships, at club championships. It is part of the sport, unfortunately. But also, I guess that line is probably what appeals to a lot of riders as well. It's amazing, haven't we seen the boom of extreme sports, and this sort of is on the cusp of, I guess, being called an extreme sport to a degree.
Definitely a lot of different forms of BMX, and great to see BMX freestyle added into the program at the Olympic Games here. Lots of tricks and kicks going on over the ramps and obstacles at the BMX freestyle over the next couple of days. So we see the very relaxed Swiss rider of David Graff.
David Graff, well, I'm sure he looks relaxed there, but he knows he's got a lot of work to do if, in fact, he does want to make it through to the final, because currently he sits in 6th place in this group on 13 points, and it is 7 points that at the moment would get you through to the final, and that is Kai White. So he's going to need to hope that Joris Dode, Nick Kimmin and Alfredo Campo, things don't go their way if he is to try and somehow squeeze them out of their current top 4 positions. So the crowd that you see here are athletes from the village, coaches, number of volunteers. So a lot of preparation. 5 years since Rio, 5 years to think about it. Those if-only moments, what could have been type moments, and then of course those athletes that had those life-changing moments, see if they can come back and experience that again. So all different sorts of emotions as we look at Corbin Schurat of the United States, the 2017 world champion.
Corbin Schurat looks quite relaxed. They all look quite relaxed, actually. The Brazilian Renato Rezende, he's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to qualify for the final. This is the last chance for these men to make it into the final, which we'll see later on today.
Well, it's funny, we've seen all major crashes happen just before the first berm, just before the 180-degree left turn, yet the hardest part on this course, talking to the expert, is the jump into the second corner, which is the one you can just see to right of screen. And before you head into the third straight, it's got steep takeoffs, which means it's got a really steep lip on it. You have to stay strong in order to stay in control. And to be precise, again, you need to be in control. And it's really easy to jump and make mistakes like casing, coming up short, or over jumping, i.e. landing too far, and therefore a flat land, and you lose all impetus and put a lot of stress on the joints, a lot of stress on the bike, and again, very hard to pedal when you're landing flat.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the riders casing the third straight, casing some of the jumps there, and you can just see them really push their bike forward to make sure they get over it and get some speed on the down ramp of the jump. Yeah, casing just meaning that the back wheel knocks the top or the back side of the jump. We've probably all experienced it on bikes. Casing the top of the jump, it takes off so much speed and it can really upset your rhythm. And then the big crashes we see are happening in the front straight with high speeds when the riders are actually in the air. And that's why some riders choose not to take air on every opportunity they have. They rather keep the bike on the flat. Riders colliding mid-air can be very dangerous.
So just a slight delay for this second, or this final running, or the third and final heat for Group 2 in the men's semi-finals. So they all race 3 races, and it's the cumulative points that determine which 4 riders out of each group go through to that final, the lowest scores. But just nice that the rain has cleared here in Tokyo. Still very humid, 27 degrees. Ariake Urban Sports Park is the venue.
And yeah, just going back to talking about the technical aspects of how the sport's developed and how they're now riding with their feet clipped into the pedals, making it hamstring dominant as well as quad dominant. In the past, it was just using the quads pushing down. Now it's a lot about pulling up for accelerations as well. Another advantage they have of being clipped into the pedals is when they go over the jumps, they can pull the bike up into their body and keep very aerodynamic.
Here's a great example too, just of some of the machinery. So look, if you're not familiar with bike riding, you'll often hear riders talk about a gear ratio, and that gear ratio is based on the number of teeth on the big chainring at the front, like you saw that, and then the number of teeth on the chainring that you'll see at the back. And so if you, as an example in road cycling, you might have 53 teeth on the front, you might have your lowest or smallest cog at the back might be 11, so you'll hear people say, I was in my 5311, or if you go up into an easy gear, 5312, 5313, etc. Historically, BMX bikes, it's a fixed gear, so they will only have the one gear to go to, unless you're Toyan van Gent, the reigning champion out of the Netherlands, who we saw has got a second gear to go to, which could be the evolution.
It could be for the future on particular tracks where you do need a different gear down the first straight, opposed to later on in the race when it's a bit longer. But one interesting thing about BMX is they try to keep their gear that they're riding quite confidential. It's not something that they speak openly about, but obviously it's determined by how strong you are, how fast you can pedal, and each rider will be just choosing what gear is best for them.
So we are not too far away from this third and final run for our semi-finalists in Group 2 as we look at Kai White of the United Kingdom. And second at the European Championships back in 2021, fourth in 2019, fifth at the World Championships in 2019. So you sense with him, he is a rider that is on the cusp of a breakthrough performance. Will it be these Olympic Games?
Let's hope so. He's sitting fourth in the qualification process at the moment with one run to go. So he's under a little bit of pressure to have a good ride, but he does have a handy lead over the riders behind him. So he just needs to have a solid performance, and he may well see himself in the final of the Olympic Games here in Tokyo.
So great that we can just tune in and have a listen. And you think, oh, hey, they're nice and relaxed. How come they're so relaxed? I get so nervous before an event. I guarantee if we had heart rate monitors on them right now, or you could somehow measure anxiety, they would be right high up there. So it's all a little bit of games here, a little bit of gamesmanship, and now you just start to see what it does mean as we have a look at Renata Rezonde of Brazil. 29th in Rio, 32 in London. So certainly we've seen a much bigger improvement from him in Tokyo 2020. It is day 7. Hope you are enjoying the coverage, and we do encourage people to. I do genuinely want to say this. Look, I know we're living in this COVID era and travel restrictions, but if at some point, and hopefully sooner rather than later in the future, the borders do open up, get a chance, travel to Japan, come and have a look at this remarkable country. It just has everything. Some of the cities are most progressive in the world in terms of innovation, engineering, and then you go outside of the city limits, Mount Fuji, and it's some of the most beautiful scenery you'll see anywhere, and then you add in just their rich history and culture, and it is incredibly unique, and they've done a stunning job with these Olympics and the way they've presented them.
It was lovely to see one of the helmet paintings in the women that had Mount Fuji actually painted onto it. And we certainly did see some beautiful sights of Japan when the road race went through Mount Fuji. Well, you can see all the protective gear that the riders are wearing. So the visor on the helmet is compulsory, so you won't see those open faces anymore. It's visor compulsory. A lot of riders do wear goggles under their helmets, and surprisingly here at the Olympic Games we've not seen too many riders wearing goggles, so conditions not too bad. Long finger gloves that cover the fingertips are compulsory in BMX, as opposed to road and track cycling. They are not compulsory.
So now it is the turn of our second group of men, the second semi-final, their third and final run, to see which 4 of these athletes will make it through to the men's Olympic Games final.
Yeah, the last run for the men, the last chance to make it into that final. Run 3 of 3.
And now that is how points stand here at the moment. So Corbin Sherratt, 29 years of age, currently sitting in 4th spot. David Graff, Renato Raisons. In fact, it is Kay White, my apologies, who is sitting in 4th position at the moment with 7 points as we have a look at that. The gentleman. Renato Raisons of Brazil. David Graff of Switzerland, 14th at the World Championships in 2016. He's had 2 7th places at 2018-2019 World Championships. Corbin Sherratt, well, he comes in with a big reputation. 2017 World Champion, so we know he's got the ability on the day to do it. And then Tore Nafrestad of Norway. And Alfredo Campo. And it is Campo at the moment who leads this group. It's going to have to be an absolute disaster for him to miss out. And then Joris Dode, 30-year-old, and the champion from 2016. So, another field that is just stacked, full of superstars. A lot of eyes will be on the young British rider, Kai White. The American Corbin Sherratt will start alongside of him. And good clean start, great start coming again from Raisons of Brazil, but now just struggles a little bit getting top end speed. It is Dode of France. Does he take the control? No, it is Niek Kimmen of the Netherlands in control. So all the riders now comes up to this really crucial jump here where it gets nice and high on the lip. All the riders comfortably through the second berm. Now the concentration comes into play. It's the Netherlands, France and Great Britain.
Great to see Kimmen out in front again from gate 8, and the fight on second place there. Kai White from Great Britain and Dode from France. That's your top 3. And then Campos just behind, come in for 4th and make it safely into the final.
Yeah, very good performance. So the big names all came to the fore. White, Kimmen, Dode and Campos. And so, do a quick calculation. Computer system looking in front of me. That will mean that Kimmen will qualify. White will qualify for the Olympic Games final. Joris Dode of France will qualify for the Olympic final. And Alfredo Campo of Ecuador will go through to the men's final, meaning David Graff will miss out. Tore Nafrestad of Norway will miss out. Renato Raisons of Brazil will miss out, as will Corbin Sherratt, the American world champion from 2016. Wonderful images, a very controlled race in this 3rd and final heat of Group 2 of the men's semi-final here on Day 7 of Tokyo 2020.
Yeah, a relief for a few riders there, knowing they are now in the final and could potentially win Olympic gold in the BMX. So Kai White from Great Britain and Niek Kimmen. Kimmen had a good ride again, very consistent. Dode and Alfredo Campo, they're through to the final of the Olympic Games. Unfortunate for Graff, Tore, Renato and Corbin.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Well, imagine what it would be like if he wins himself a medal. Now, I'd imagine it must be a BMX club maybe back in the UK somewhere, or possibly, I don't know, it looks maybe a former school. As we now go back to the 3rd and final run for our women. The stakes do increase. This will be fast. This will be furious. It is a world-class field, and that is how things stand at the moment in regards to the points. So, some work to be done from Stansel. She currently sits in third place. Rebecca Petch, the New Zealander, in fourth. But there are also Drew Mikkelsen sits in fourth place as we have a look at Zoe Glassens. And there she is. A lot of family and friends back home in New Zealand, and Teo at Moody supporting this rider on debut at the Olympic Games. Don't underestimate that too. Felicia Stansel of the United States. Drew Mikkelsen of Canada, and the current world champion who took a bit of a tumble earlier on, but she's bounced back, Elise Willoughby.
She needs to have a good run to make it into the final, so a lot of pressure on Elise Willoughby.
Mariana Payon.
And
Saka Kibara of Australia, Saya, a youngster from my fellow commentator's hometown in Australia. Plenty of Australians watching her at just 21 years of age. Real star of the future as well. So, good clean start. Great start there in the middle from the second of the two Americans, Felicia Stansel, and now it is the current world champion, Elise Willoughby, looking to try and get in front of the Australian, but as they come out of that first burn, it is the Australian who is in control, showing some good form in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Saka Kibara out in front now with the two Americans closely behind. Elise Willoughby, number one. She will need a good result. She's going to fight this all the way to the line. She wants to make it into the final. Zoe Glassens of Switzerland. Oh, another chaos, more carnage. Oh, that looked like a bit of an unnecessary touch. They were in first and second, and absolutely devastating for Saka Kibara and for Elise Willoughby. Devastating. So Stansel comes in for first, Klassen seconds, and Smulders third. Well, that has just been such a story here for the New Zealand, for all of the athletes. I was going to say, Petch benefits from that crash, finishing in sixth. Oh, super disappointment. Just when you think these athletes are in control, they've talked about the women particularly, with this being the longer course, that third straight being so important. And it was the third straight where maybe fatigue just starts to kick in, you lose your concentration, and you hit the deck, and the current world champion. Well, Drew Mikkelsen from Canada is the fourth rider to go through, with Meryl Schmolders, Mariana Pajon and Felicia Stansel. Absolutely devastating for Elise Willoughby and Saya Sakakibara, who just misses out on a count back. Yeah, points. And it'll be Rebecca Petch. I know there's a large audience in New Zealand watching this. She, at the moment, finished sixth in that third and final heat. That gives her a total score of 16, which means that she's currently in sixth place and therefore misses out. But certainly an outstanding performance from the youngster out of New Zealand on debut at the Olympic Games. Big future. They talk about having to do your first Olympics to understand it. It's so much greater than the sum of its parts. It's all the peripheral things that you might not get at a World Cup event, like opening ceremonies, the media attention, and just the aura of the Olympic rings. We've got an update now on the qualifying. So Felicia Stansel goes through to the final, as does Mariana Pajon and Elise Willoughby and Meryl Schmolders. They will be the four that go on through to the final. So disappointing for Mikkelsen, the Canadian. Yeah, and we will just misses out. Yeah, so we'll just give you that officially, because earlier it was a little bit more abstract. So it'll be Mikkelsen, the Canadian, who will finish fifth. It will be the Australian Saka Kibara, who finishes in sixth place. Rebecca Petch in seventh, and Zoe Glassens, who will finish eighth out of 8. The result's still flicking around a little bit.
Well, it's changing again, hasn't it?
It's
just swapped on us again. So look, we'll wait for the graphic to come up, and then we will confirm those results for you, but it's not really affecting those in the top 4 at the moment. So we do apologise, but we're just getting...
We've got 3 riders
from our information system here, just getting those results, and that's probably because they are just making some adjustments with some of the just going to the camera with some of the close finishes, so we will confirm that for you shortly. But I hope you are enjoying the pictures, the wonderful images that we are bringing you from the Ariake Urban Sports Park here for the semi-finals and finals day of the BMX.
Yeah, we have 3 riders on 14 points, which means they're going to count backs just to confirm the 4 qualifying for the final.
World champion, well, tough for Willoughby, isn't it? 2 crashes in 2 out of the 3 races. I guess the positive is that it's only 3 more years to another Olympic Games. It's not the 4-year cycle. But look at the emotion. Boy, that is tough to watch, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Remarkable athlete.
She has her husband, who is also her coach, here as well, which is going to help a great deal with the disappointment of not making the Olympic final for Elise Willoughby.
And Drew Mielkelsen, she has, at the moment, qualified for that final. And so I think she probably didn't expect to, just looking at that emotion. She is absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, she finished on the same points as Saka Kabira, but on a count back, it goes back to the best result on the last round, the last race they just had. Unfortunately, Saka Kabira not able to finish that round, which means Drew Mikkelsen goes through to the final.
So we will have USA, Colombia, Netherlands and Canada being represented in that final out of this group of semi-finalists. And that final, well, that should be an absolute cracker. Still got one more race for the second group of semi-finalists. So there we go. We can now officially confirm for you. Felicia Stansel qualified. Mariana Payon, the 2-time defending Olympic champion. She goes through. Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands and Drew Mikkelsen of Canada. And there we go. Rebecca Petch, in fact, finishing 6th in that semi-final. So that is official. So one more semi-final to go, and then we will have our starting order for both the men's and women's Olympic Games final. 8 riders on the men's side, 8 riders on the women's. 1 race, first, second and third take all. And from what we've seen so far, the form, the reputations don't mean too lot. This is a course that knows no names, it knows no reputations. It's a course that will present the riders with some luck and maybe at times a little bit of bad luck. But at the end of the day, it all does still come down to just good old-fashioned preparation. And so we do have a delay in competition. We will keep you updated. But we hope you are enjoying coverage of Tokyo 2020, not just in BMX, but right across all the sports. They have been beautifully presented, and we're just seeing technology take us to places we've never been before. Speaking of which, now we back are in the starting gates for this third and final run for semi-final 2. Heat number 3. currently on points. We've got Bethany Shriver of Great Britain, who has 2 points. Simone Christensen sits on 6. Lauren Reynolds out of Australia with 9 points. And Axel Etienne of France on 9. Natalia Aramova on 9. Elke Vanoof on 9. So 4 riders sitting on 9 points. This might require a lot of mathematics at the end to determine which 4 riders do go through to the final as we have a look at Elke Vanoof. Bethany Shriver of Great Britain. Oh, a big one to watch. Laura Smulders of the Netherlands, bronze medal in 2012. Judy Bell of the Netherlands. And Natalia Avramova of the Russian Olympic Committee. Simone Christensen of Denmark. And Lauren Reynolds of Australia, carrying the hopes of an entire nation. A nation who have a reputation for winning across all sport. Oh, they got them out of the gate very quickly this time. Good start from Reynolds from Australia, but all the action still in the middle. Again from Bethany Shriver of Great Britain. She wants to just try and get clear. Also, good performance coming from Axel Etienne of France. Reynolds of Australia there in the top 3. But this is the jump with the big lip coming now before they take the second berm. Over it cleanly so far. So it's Great Britain, France, Australia and the Netherlands.
Shriver, she's been on fire today. She's got a little bit of competition coming now from the French rider of Etienne, but the Australian Lauren Reynolds is also right up there in the points.
So good performance, and it will be Axel Etienne of France who will finish in second. It'll be the Brit rider Bethany Shriver who takes the victory and makes a statement. Reynolds of Australia 3rd, Christensen of Denmark 4. And so it will be
Etienne, the emotions. She is extremely excited to be in that final. Shriver just keeping herself together. She's had a sensational day on the bike. One more race for the gold medal at the Olympic Games.
Well,
Bethany Shriver.
Yeah!
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
we do apologise for the language. Bethany Shriver winning that. Simone Christensen of Denmark finishing in second. Axel Etienne will qualify in third. Lauren Reynolds of Australia, and they will be the 4 athletes that will go across to that final.
And we can just see now that Shriver came out of the gate first into the first berm with Etienne right on her wheel, pushing her through the second straight. And Shriver just coming home a little bit stronger around that final berm. Reynolds just staying out of trouble, the Australian. Christensen comes home very strong for third. So a nice clean race there for the final,
It's
last semi-final.
It's remarkable, isn't it, how you can just get to such small percentages at the finish line. And real disappointment for the 2 Dutch riders, Judy Bell and Laura Smulders. Neither of them going through to that final.
I think that'll be a little bit of a surprise for the Dutch team. Normally super strong in the BMX. Here's Lauren Reynolds, happy to be through to the final and in the hunt for the gold medal. Here are your qualifiers.
So it is Shriver, Christensen, Etienne and Reynolds. Aramova, well, she'll finish 5th in the group, but she certainly was in the contest through the first 2 heats of the semi-final. Just a reminder that the men's and women's final are to come. and they will be a one-off race. There is no opportunity to make any adjustments. It'll be all or nothing. 3 medals up for grabs, 8 athletes in both finals. And there we go. What a field it is. Mayu, Ramirez, Andre, Fields, Kimmin, White, Dode and Campo. Colombia and Ecuador represented. No representation from Oceania. But the questions will be whether Connor Fields does start. Had a bit of a crash. We hope he is okay. We'll find that and confirm that for you. And then the final of the women's Stancil. Payan, the two-time defending Olympic champion. Wow, what a race this will be. Shriver, Christensen, Etienne, Reynolds, Smulders. Wow, looking forward to this. Should be a cracker.
Yeah, certainly going to be an exciting final for both the men and women. The anticipation builds. You can see the emotions and excitement of those riders that made it through to the final. And now it's all down to that one race for the men and women for the gold medal, or a medal here at Tokyo.
As we take an aerial view of Ariake Urban Sports Park, it is day 7 of Tokyo 2020. The finals of the women and men's BMX will be the next event at this remarkable venue. We had 24 men start, we had 24 women start on day 6 of Tokyo 2020. We're now down to 8 riders in both categories.
Some nice shots of Tokyo. Unfortunately, we've not been able to see too much of it given the restrictions, safety restrictions around COVID, but we've seen some beautiful sights on some of the footage and coverage from the Tokyo Olympics here. And that is the BMX track. It's a beautiful one at that, challenging in many different ways. Different course to what we normally see, no huge obstacles, but many of them, many jumps, step-ups, and that 8-meter high ramp at the start. Certainly a destination I'd love to come back and explore post-COVID era. Volunteers here have been so helpful around the place, but the Japanese hospitality is unbelievable. So if you get a chance in the future, Japan would be one on my list. And don't forget, after all the excitement of the Olympic Games, we will also have the Paralympics to get excited about as well. I'm looking forward to that. So cycling program today will finish with the gold medal ride, the finals of the men and women's BMX, as cycling then moves into BMX freestyle, a new sport at this Olympic Games in Tokyo. And then, of course, in the last week of the Olympics, we're on the track to see some super speed for all of the track events at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, certainly remarkable venues. They just have presented so beautifully. As we have a look there of the Olympic torch and flame, and some wonderful images. We will bring you those finals shortly of both the men's and women's. The Olympic Games that started back in 2008 in Beijing. We've seen a real evolution in the sport. It's a sport that's offered such theatre, such drama. It epitomises everything that we love about the Olympic spirit. And now there will be 8 women looking for that life-changing moment, and 8 men. And they will write their own chapter in Olympic history. And we'll bring that to you very shortly as we have a look at the Ariake Urban Sports Park, that starting ramp of 30 degrees. And a course that has proved more than challenging.
We can see at the bottom of that ramp where it turns into dirt. A lot of the riders have to take the pressure off the pedals and have them even because the angle's just too much. And they just take the pressure off the pedals for a second there and then explode into those jumps on the first lap, the first straight of the first of those jumps. Now see the riders for the final making their way up the ramp.
And you wonder what is going through their heads, what little adjustments, what have they learnt about this course? There is no holding back now. This is not about accumulating points and playing percentages. This is all or nothing. This is pure power. This is high heart rate, high octane, and this requires an awful lot of courage.
Well, there'll be those riders who are thinking, this is the Olympic Games, this is the big one, I've got to get it all right. And then other riders just thinking, it's just another race, another process out of the gate. But it's just about really trying to balance the excitement and nerves as you come up and prepare. Well, France qualifying 3 riders in the final 8. There's Kai White from Great Britain.
Yeah, we're making some final adjustments. He'll be psyched. He'll know all about it. They've been here before. They've done this. Is this going to be the day that this young man from Great Britain at just 22 years of age introduces him to the wider sporting public? A huge name in the sport of BMX. Can he become a global name across all continents, across all sports lovers, across all genres? But the French, boy, they come in numbers. Joris Daudet, Romain Mayeux and Sylvain Andre. And the number 100 is Romain Mayeux. Joris Daudet will wear the number 33, and Sylvain Andre, third at the World Championships in 2019, will wear the number 3. So I can confirm for you that the American will not be on the start line. The defending champion Connor Fields, he crashed heavily in the final heat of the semi-finals. So it's 3 Frenchmen, a representative from Great Britain, Ecuador, Colombia and the Netherlands. 3 medals up for grabs, gold, silver and bronze. Settle in, enjoy all of this. This is going to be one of the great races. As we have a look at Nick Kimmen out of the Netherlands.
Well, he takes his favourite gate for the final.
Ironically,
Kimmen
was the Olympic youth champion back in 2014. Can he become the Open Olympic champion? Sylvain Andre, just a remarkable athlete. 2018 world champion.
Kai White at the age of only 21, just getting psyched up for potentially winning a gold medal at the Olympics. And the Colombian Ramirez.
Yes, boy, wouldn't it be great for Colombia? Got such a rich history in road cycling. Can they make it in BMXing? Alfredo Campo of Ecuador showing that the sport is well and truly global. And then the third of the Frenchman, Joris Daudet, Mr. Consistency himself.
Well, this is it. This is the final for the medals at the Tokyo Olympics in the BMX.
Here we go. 7 coiled springs, about to explode. Olympic Games glory up for grabs. Clean start, the men's Olympic Games BMX final 2020. Here we go. And it is the great British rider doing a fantastic job, Kai White. But now the rider from the Netherlands, Nick Kieman, takes control. It is the Netherlands, it is Great Britain, and one of the 3 French riders, first, second and third, as they come into this very technical, tight second bend.
Well, Kieman has been so dominant throughout the rounds. Can he take this final? He's just got one more straight after this one. Kai White in second place for Great Britain.
It'll be Kieman. Oh, we see a crash, but it will be Kieman, will it? Of the Netherlands will come down, and it will be the Netherlands who take gold. Great Britain second, and I think it might be the man from Colombia, Alfredo Campo, who does possibly. No, we'll have to wait for it. Carlos Ramirez has taken the bronze medal, so Carlos Ramirez the bronze medal, but Nick Kieman of the Netherlands from this moment on is Olympic champion, and Kai White of the UK silver. Wow, what a dominance performance from the man from the Netherlands. He got the best starts and he controlled it out of the berm, and he never really looked back. That is just a dominant performance.
They can't believe it. Kieman and White, they are just celebrating there, and the Colombian in third place, Ramirez, he's just taking it all in. But the excitement on Kieman keeps shaking his head. He can't believe it. And the hug there between the gold and bronze medalists. What a fantastic ride. What a fantastic championship by Kieman from gate 8 every time. And Kai White from Great Britain. He is absolutely astonished. He is so proud of that silver medal.
So Kieman, the 2014 Youth Olympic champion, 7 years later, he is the overall senior men's Olympic champion. Not often do you see child prodigies necessarily kick on, but look at this. He just absolutely controls this bike race, the sheer power, the speed, the athleticism, remarkable.
Yeah, it was nearly a perfect ride from Kieman. Strong out of the gate, lands those jumps beautifully, and carries his speed into the finish.
Well, he's one with his bike, isn't he? There's not a lot of movement there. He's not really fighting it. And then one of the French riders just go down. I think it was Joris Daudet. And you've got to feel for him, but that is the pressure. Because we did see Sylvain Andre in the number 3 there for France. Very hard to pick it up at times. But look at that, not much in it, but a clear victory for the Netherlands. Great for Kai White of Great Britain, the silver. And brilliant to see South America and Colombia picking up a medal to once again demonstrate that this sport is truly global. Carlos Ramirez, the bronze. And so the national anthem of the Netherlands will ring out here at the Ariake Urban Sports Park shortly, but don't go away. It is the women's final up next.
Oh, that was exciting. A clean race. We just saw the Frenchman Daudet go down on that last bend. Just slipped out, lost traction on his front wheel. Just the angle that he went into that final berm. But what an exciting race. And they certainly are deserving medalists, with Kieman in first, White in second, and Carlos Ramirez taking third.
Well, life-changing moment, isn't it, for all of those medalists. They'll always be able to say they won a medal at the Olympic Games. And just how nervous now are our 8 finalists on the women's side. Bethany Shriever of Great Britain, Axel Etienne of France, Lauren Reynolds carrying the hopes of Australia, Simone Christensen of Denmark, Felicia Stansel of the United States, Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands, Drew Mikkelsen of Canada, and the 2-time Olympic champion, the great Marianne Payon.
A real mix of nationalities in the women's final. As we go back to the celebrations of Kai White and his family at home.
Oh man. Yo.
Well, while the celebrations are going on, which one of these athletes, or which 3 of these athletes, will be doing a similar thing very shortly and reflecting on a life-changing moment, because the stakes have never been higher. 24 athletes started from right around the world. We are now down to 8. They've had a little bit of leeway in the point system with 3 rounds in the heats and 3 rounds in the semi-finals, but now there is no room for error. This is it. And the great Mariana Payon, looking to become one of the few athletes in Olympic history across any sport to win 3 gold medals at 3 consecutive Olympic Games.
Well, will it be the Colombian Mariana Payon, the queen of BMX?
We'll expect the challenge, though, to come from Bethany Shriever of Great Britain as we look at Axel Etienne. And then Meryl Smulders, who was second at the World Championships in 2018. Bethany Shriever, well, breakthrough performance possibly for her, 11th and 15th at the World Championships in 2018 and 2019. And then Felicia Stansel, carrying the hopes of the United States, where really the origins of this sport came from, 6th at the World Championships in 2019, so she is due. Drew Mikkelsen, she's pretty happy to get through to this final. What a moment for her. And there she is, the 2-time Olympic champion, Mariana Payon of Colombia. Lauren Reynolds, and inside of her, Simone Christensen of Denmark. Settle in, enjoy all of this. Power, strength, precision, and a lot of courage and a lot of nerve. The women's final is set to go. Good clean start, great start from Lauren Reynolds of Australia, but it is immediately in the middle. It is Bethany Shriever of Great Britain who will lead coming into the first berm. But Payon, the 2-time Olympic champion, now begins to make her move. It is going to be close. Such an important moment in this race comes about now, getting this final jump right, coming into the second berm. But it is still Great Britain, it is Colombia, it is the Netherlands. So Bethany Shriever of Great Britain taking control. Can she hang on? Because here comes the 2-time Olympic champion.
Well, Shriever, she's got the line, but can Payon bring it back? It'll be close. I think she can. It's going to be close.
Payon coming hard. It won't be. It'll be silver for her. It is gold medal to Great Britain. Bethany Shriever takes it. Mariana Payon, the the silver medal, so close to the three-peat, and Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands, the bronze medal. But wow, look what that means to her. That is one of the great performances, life-changing. Wow.
And Kai White, who won the silver medal, is just lifting her to her celebrations of a gold medal. Absolutely amazing riding today from Bethany Shraver. She has been sensational on the day. And celebrations for Schmolders in third position, takes the bronze medal.
Well, Mariana Payan, the two-time Olympic champion, she came so close to making it the three-peat. But Bethany Shraver, she took control early on. She was magnificent. We said prior to this Olympic final that this track is very technical. It's not hard to do, but it's hard to get perfect. Well, you want to see a definition for perfection. Watch the replay. Watch Bethany Shraver.
Shraver, you've got to think about how many hours of training have gone in on the track, on the BMX track. Shraver and White, celebrations for Great Britain. She still can't believe it. She needs a drink.
I love you, Mum, Dad, Bryn. Oh, just give me my bike. I need to sit down.
She's in a world of pain, and that is what BMX racing is. It is just all explosive out of the gate, all the way to the finish. And Payan, she's not yet removed her helmet. She's been in tears, I don't know, of enjoyment for the silver medal or disappointment of not winning the gold, but this is a celebration for the bronze with Schmolder.
Yeah, great performance from Meryl Smolder of the Netherlands too, just 23 years of age, winning the bronze. Bethany Shraver, 22 years of age, and the great Mariana Payan, well, the two-time Olympic, she's 29 years of age. Are we seeing the changing of the guard? Are we seeing youthful exuberance come to the fore, maybe over experience? But look at that great start, so much power down that first straight, and where we've seen a lot of lead changes, and this is the most technical part of the course right here. Look at the skill set.
Yeah, so for Payan, it was the experience at getting her into second position down that second straight. But Shraver, she had the lead from the start, and she just had to hold off Payan. And she did that superbly. You can see all the women really trying to master this track now that they've got some experience. And this is just coming into the finish to show you how close it was. But Shraver holds on.
We talk about youthful exuberance and experience, but this track, as we've said, for the women is 10 to 15 seconds, maybe slower than what they traditionally get. And you just start to sense that the youngster Bethany Shraver might have just been running out of room, but she throws her bike at the line. And Mariana Payan using all of her experience and just almost gets it, but not enough. And it's not, has a great middle distance athlete, Sir John Walker, once said, not interested in times, I'm only interested in the Olympic medal. And that is a wonderful example of it.
Well, these two would have trained together for so many hours. So much has probably gone into the science of every single aspect of trying to be the best in the world. The Queen of BMX there, just shaking her head still.
So there we go, Bethany Shraver. They'll place an Olympic gold medal around her neck. Mariana Payan, well, she'll have 2 gold medals and a silver. It's not a bad collection, is it? And Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands, she will take home a bronze. And Laura Reynolds of Australia, well, Australia can be proud of her finishing in 6th, as can the United States with Felicia Stansel. And we do just apologise for the language. So we will bring you the medal ceremonies for both the men's and women's. Men's to go first. So it's not just the athletes that enjoy the moment, it is the wider extended family, the immediate family, the extended family, the coaches. I tell you what, I would imagine that all of these athletes, Rochelle, and you've been there, that, you know, sometimes when you're training hard, you do get a little bit grumpy and it's easy to always take it on those closest to you, but this is the reward, isn't it? You get to share this. And it's not lost on these athletes. They know, yes, they're the ones standing on the podium getting the medal, but it's so much greater than that in terms of the support behind it.
Oh, it plays a massive impact on your preparation, and it takes a very special family to understand an athlete and how much actually goes into the preparation and the emotions and roller coasters and up and downs. And it's those families that really do understand what it takes to be the best in the world who help develop the athlete into what they are. So a very special moment we saw with Shriver and her family. And she has been saying even 5-10 minutes after the race, I need to sit down, my legs are burning. She's finally got to sit down on her BMX bike, but just so much went into that final for the women's race.
And again for Mariana Payan, well, you know, at the end of the day, she was just beaten by a better athlete. She can go home and sleep well. She did everything right, didn't she? And all you can do in those situations is go and shake somebody's hand and say, you were better than me today. And that is the class of her, and that will be the way she will approach finishing second after having won the Olympics back in 2012 and 2016. So a really special day for Great Britain, because they'll have their Olympic champion in Bethany Shriver winning a gold medal, on the men's side, Kai White picking up a silver. So really, really good for BMXing in Great Britain. And I'd imagine that tomorrow a lot of younger kids will be saying to mum and dad, I want to have a go at that. That was pretty cool. How do I get it? And the nice thing with a BMX bike is you can pretty much ride them anywhere that's got a little bit of a bank or any little bit of a grass berm. You just need a little bit of rough and you can enjoy a BMX. So just some highlights of the men's race. That final. And some wonderful images showing everything that is great about the sport of BMX. As we look back at the semi-finals, the finals, and the progression of our Olympic medalists. Kimmen of the Netherlands, Kai White of Great Britain, and Carlos Ramirez of Colombia. And then the nerves jangling as we look back on the semi-final performances and how the athletes progressed through to the final. There was some carnage at times. It required a lot of athletes having to adjust their thought process, get themselves back together from heat to heat in the semi-finals. But when it came down to it, arguably the rider who you just sense could have been the greatest challenge to the great Colombian Mariana Payan, in fact, did get the job done. And a new Olympic champion. So now the only thing remaining are the formalities. And wherever you are in the BMX clubs around Great Britain, the Netherlands, Colombia, enjoy the moment. And hopefully include the Netherlands in that. Hopefully a real sense of nationalism. And your mood is just a little bit better for what you've just watched, and the nation comes together, which is very much what the Olympics is all about. Well, it doesn't get much better than that, does it? Fantastic. I've got to say, the camera work, the images that are going out around the world just capture the sport. It catches every element of it, from the emotion, the technical component, the speed side of it. And you now start to understand why we often use the term a sport can often be so much greater than the sum of its parts.
BMX certainly is one of my favourite sports to participate in and to watch. It just takes absolute finesse to get a perfect lap, and it takes anaerobic and aerobic effort. So you need to be fit, you need to be strong, you need to be supple, and you need to be able to have high cadences but just be so explosive out of the gate. They call it a contact sport, but it's relatively calm, as we saw today. Not too many collisions out there. Riders keeping their own line, so it's just such a wonderful sport, BMX, and so accessible for young riders that have a BMX bike.
Yeah, we mentioned that, didn't we? Like, the fact is that you just need to be able to get out and find some sort of rough terrain, or let's just use the a simple term, bumpy terrain, I guess. And it's got a relatively low cost of entry, hasn't it? Mountain bikes, yes, at the top end you can pay a lot of money, but at the lower end too, it's very accessible. So imagine, like a lot of sports, that certain countries that have had success, well, there'll be a bit of a boom in that sport in the weeks, months and years to come. And you just wonder the success of Mariana Payon in Colombia, what sort of succession plan now comes out of that. Those young girls that took up the sport when she won gold in 2012, well, they'll be close to starting to get into the senior ranks. We might see that next generation of Colombians on the start line in 3 years' time in Paris.
So everyone getting set up now for the medal ceremonies for the final of the men's and women's BMX events. Yeah, nah, understood. It's pretty complex with all of the new rule changes and stuff every year as well. So, yeah, no, it's good to have variety. I don't have any of that. Yeah. 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 No, it's all good. Yeah. 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 Does, yeah, definitely. Yep.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de cyclisme.
And now the medal ceremony for the men of the BMX.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for cycling BMX racing men.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技 BMX レーシング男子の表彰式を行います。
As the athletes make their way out to the deserved applause.
Les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
So Carlos Ramirez of Colombia, Kai White of Great Britain, and Nick Kimmen of Netherlands.
The medals will be presented by
メダルの贈呈は
Madam Sarah Walker.
Sarah Walker of New Zealand, silver medal back in 2012, these days an IOC member.
Olympienne en médaille d'argent.
IOC member, New Zealand, Olympian, 1 silver medal.
IOC 委員ニュージーランドオリンピアン銀メダル1。
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
続きまして
Monsieur David Lapétion, Président
Mr.
de
David
UCI
Lapétion,
France.
the president of the UCI, the governing body of the sport.
国際自転車競技連合会長フランス。
Another remarkable chapter written in BMX at the Olympics. Since its inclusion since 2008.
Bronze medalists, Colombia.
銅メダリストコロンビア
Carlos Ramirez.
So the bronze medal, well, it goes to Colombia, Carlos Ramirez, and he points to the heavens, a man of strong faith, another athlete that Colombia can be incredibly proud of. And look, he shakes his head in disbelief, a life-changing moment for him.
Médaille d'argent, Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist, Great Britain.
銀メダリスト英国
Kai White.
And it meant so much to him. We saw the interaction that he had with his family via a video connection at the end of it. And I think it'll be a long time before the adrenaline and that smile on this man's face does come off. Smiling underneath that face mask. Life-changing. Real star of the future, Kai White of Great Britain.
Médaille d'or champion olympique. Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Olympic champion, Netherlands.
金メダリストオリンピックチャンピオンオランダ
Nick Kimmen.
Nick Kimmen. Well, from this moment on, it is Nick Kimmen of the Netherlands. Nick Kimmen, Olympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of the Netherlands.
皆様オランダ国歌の演奏です。
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés olympiques!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Olympic medalists.
皆様、オリンピックメダリストです。
Nick Kimmon, Kai White, and Carlos Ramirez will have their names forever etched in Olympic history as the medalists from the 33rd Olympiad here in Tokyo 2020. He loves to start on the outside. He controlled the race from start to finish in a dominant performance. Absolutely beautiful medals. Very thick, lot of weight in them. Just looking at them inspires you to want to get out and get active. The athletes will now go through what they call the mix zone, opportunity to talk to media from around the world. And that is at all venues. But more photos. For Great Britain, the celebrations, well, they will continue again very shortly with the presentations of the women's medals. So now an opportunity for the international media to gain an understanding of the story, the journey these athletes have taken, and for us, and for wherever you are around the world, to read about those stories.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs de cyclisme BMX.
And now the
racing
medal ceremony for the women.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for cycling BMX racing women.
皆様、ただいまより自転車競技 BMX レーシング女子の表彰式を行います。
And so the athletes will make their way out. Bethany Shriever of Great Britain, Mariana Payon, the two-time defending Olympic champion coming in to Tokyo 2020, and Meryl Schmolders of the Netherlands.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
And ironically, it'll be the same three countries who will step up and receive medals: Colombia, Great Britain and the Netherlands.
Les médailles seront remises par
the medals will
Sarah
be presented
Walker of New
by
Zealand, an Olympian, a silver medalist back in 2012, will present the medals. She these days is an
Madame
IOC
Sarah
member.
Walker, membre de CIO, Nouvelle-Zélande, olympienne en médaille d'argent.
IOC member New Zealand, Olympian, one silver medal.
IOC 委員ニュージーランドオリンピア銀メダル1。
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
続きまして
Monsieur David Lapartien, président
So
de
Mr.
l'UCI
David
France.
Lapartien,
UCI
the
President,
UCI president, the governing body of the sport of
国際自
cycling,
転車競技連合
which
会
incorporates
長フラン
BMX.
ス
The other official.
Médaille du bronze.
And now what a wonderful
Hey,
moment for Meryl
Bob!
Schmolders of the
Bronze
Netherlands. A
medalist.
bronze medal for her.
Netherlands.
銅メダリストオランダ
Meryl Schmolders.
Médaille d'argent, Colombie.
Silver medalist, Colombia,
銀メダリストコロンビア
Mariana Payon.
And there she is, the great Mariana Payon. A silver medal to add to two Olympic Games gold medals from 2012 and 2016. The reason why so many athletes train so hard is because of her reputation and how high she has set the bar.
Médaille d'or et championne olympique, Grande-Bretagne.
Gold medalist and Olympic champion, Great Britain.
金メダリストオリンピックチャンピオン英国
Bethany Shriever.
And to her family, her friends, her support network, an incredibly emotional moment. The young athlete, Bethany Shriever, will forever be Olympic champion. Whatever happens in her life, no one can ever take that from her. A remarkable performance from a remarkable young athlete. She is your Olympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of Great Britain.
皆様、英国国歌の演奏です。
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés olympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Olympic medalists.
皆様、オリンピックメダリストです。
So there it is, Bethany Shriver of Great Britain, the gold medal. Marianne Pageant, the silver. And Meryl Smulders of the Netherlands, the bronze.
Well, we've seen some sensational BMX racing over the last couple of days, but what a sensation, Bethany Shriver. She is going to inspire so many young athletes in the UK to take up BMX racing. She's going to be an absolutely fabulous role model for many young, inspired riders, athletes who want to reach the pinnacle as Bethany Shriver has done here for Great Britain. What a role model.
You have a sneaky feeling that the girl to her right or left of screen would have been a big inspiration in terms of trying to take this sport up. She would have looked up to her for a long time, and now she surpasses her. And how often do we see that? You've been here yourself, Rochelle Gilmore, at a Commonwealth Games level. Pretty special moment, the top step of the dais.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see the emotions of Bethany Shriver as they played the national anthem. It's something very special to be on the top of the dais. It only comes together on one day in 4 years, and she has made it happen in that 50 seconds of racing for the women. 45 seconds of absolute pain. You could see at the finish how much pain she was in, but how much work has been done over the past 4 or 5 years to prepare for this one race. It's such a special moment.
Inspiring is an understatement. Simply remarkable images. Well, 24 athletes in both the men's and women's started here in Tokyo 2020. And when it was all said and done, that was 3 countries that will be dancing in the streets. 3 countries that will be celebrating their athletes for having won Olympic medals. The Netherlands, Colombia and Great Britain. Congratulations goes to Bethany Shriver of Great Britain, Olympic champion. And on the men's side, Nick Kimmen of the Netherlands, Olympic champion. It's been a privilege and a pleasure. Wake up tomorrow, get on your BMX, and let's see you on the start line in Paris in 3 years.
Zapatillas. No importa la calidad del balón, ni el color de la camiseta, ni el estado de la cancha. No importa si juegas en la ciudad o en una vereda. Lo que importa son tus sueños y llenarlos de color para hacerlos realidad. Pinturas Tito Pavón, el color oficial del deporte colombiano.
Bienvenidos a Recamier, una empresa que ve más allá de la belleza. Una belleza que no es indiferente a los ojos y llega al alma a través de los sentidos. El color, la textura, la fragancia y el performance de nuestros productos avivan el glamour, logran revivir recuerdos y nos hacen soñar. Desde que se creó Recamier, el 15 de octubre de 1947, como un salón de belleza, nos prometimos ofrecer el mejor servicio de peluquería de Cali y a partir de 1954 entregamos a nuestros consumidores productos de altísima calidad. Le dimos vida a 11 marcas a lo largo de esta historia y cerca de 600 referencias que nos llenan de orgullo. Recamier, 75 años creando con amor un universo de belleza y emociones.
Uniendo fuerzas en la pasión por el deporte donde juntos, el Comité Olímpico Colombiano y Recamier S.A. nos comprometemos a impulsar el espíritu deportivo, con el mejor cuidado y la protección que se merecen nuestros deportistas y sus logros. Recamier, patrocinador oficial del Comité Olímpico Colombiano.
En el 2023, nuestras historias hacen historia.
Hoy les tengo algo que les va a encantar.
Todo lo que puedas imaginar, lo tenemos para ti. Amores que luchan contra todo.
Viví a Horacio con una mujer.
¿Hasta cuándo voy a ser tu secreto?
¿Tú tienes otra mujer?
También personajes que cuando caen...
¡Párese, mijo! ¡Así es la vida!
Se levantan.
Hágale ver que los no nos rendimos ante nada.
Y hacen historia.
¡El hombre! ¡Viene de la carrera! ¡Arriba!
Y las historias de nuestra gente.
Revisamos más noticias, atención.
Seguiremos por todo el país. Esto apenas está comenzando.
Cada mañana nos acompañamos.
La mejor actitud y buena vibra.
Nos conectamos porque las historias que se viven en familia son mejores.
La verdad es que yo no me cambio por nadie. Esto es sabroso ser papá.
Amigos, no quiero más traumas, ¿sí?
No, más traumas es difícil.
Usted no me quita a mis sobrinos ni muerta.
Y cuando tenemos invitados, se vuelven más divertidas.
Lo amo que es un viejo muy papacito.
Nos llenan de orgullo.
¡Qué golazo! El mundo de los deportes reunido en un solo lugar.
Se viene Colón, señoras y señores.
De sabor.
A cocinar, señores, a lo que vinieron.
Bienvenidos a su segundo hogar.
Lo que viene para ellos no tiene comparación.
Seguiremos haciendo historia y será todo un reto.
¿Están listos? ¡Ya!
Es que esto es el infierno.
Si contamos nuestras historias juntos, todo es posible. Porque en RCN, este 2023...
Me sigue sorprendiendo.
Nuestras historias hacen historia.
Proceedings. Clock is counting down, just over 6 minutes remaining. Athletes are currently backstage, putting their warm-up together. They'll be timing their warm-up appropriately, so the coaches get them ready just a minute or two before they are called to the platform for their first attempts.
Great atmosphere here in the forum. Plenty of press, as you can see, on hand, photographers, media, journalists, and of course commentators.
4-metre square Olympic lifting platform. The lift starts on the platform. It must also finish on the platform. The lifter can run around to all four corners if they so desire, as long as they stand still with the bar overhead, feet in line. Then the referees will give them the down signal. And on that note, referees, 3 referees, we need a majority decision for a lift to be deemed good, or likewise a majority decision for a lift to be failed. That will be indicated by red or white lights. These are the weights that the athletes will be using. They range from half a kilo, the small white ones, all the way up to 25 kilos in weight. They're colour-coded, so 0.5s are the same colours as the 5s. 1s are the same colours as the 10s. 1.5s, same colours as 15. Can you see the pattern? The 2 kilo weight's the same as 20, and the 2.5s the same colour as the 25s. Men's bar, 20 kilos. That's the one we're going to be using for this event. The loaders doing their job. On and off the platform they will be, like yo-yos, loading the bar for the lifters.
So final preparations in place now on the platform, as you can see here at the forum. Men's 67 kilogram There are the world records. Chen Li-jun at 339 kilograms. That's an overall score as a world record. Will we see that broken here in the men's 67 kilogram category? And there is the world record for the snatch. Hwang Min-had is the current holder of that title.
Yeah, you would have seen no name next to the Olympic record, just a standard of 151 kilos. That's because these are new weight categories. Weight categories were changed a couple of years ago, and this is the first Olympic Games with the new numbers. Now, there's a lot of testosterone backstage, a lot of anxiety, a lot of nerves. There's a lot of points to be made, a lot of points to prove here today.
Crucial to get that first lift away.
It really is a wonderful setup here at the International Forum. Absolutely spectacular in terms of the setup. Just a shame we can't have a packed house. COVID has decided to create a stink with that one. But we do have, as you mentioned, lots of press in the house. So there is still a bit of an atmosphere here.
So we're set to go here for men's 67 kilograms. Great to have your company wherever you may be joining us. And here is one of the veterans in the sport. He's at his third Olympics, the man they call Bernie. Bernardine Kinku-Matam is now lifting 132 for his first attempt in the snatch.
Quick point to the elbows. Bernardine does not have a great elbow lock, so it'll be very interesting to see what the referees make of his elbows, but he's identifying that to the referees. He will not have straight arms when the bar is overhead. As long as there's no movement, it's fine. Well, he's still been given one red light. I would say that movement was at the shoulders, a little bit of rotation when he stood fully upright. I'm quite happy that was a good lift. Bernardine in the competition. Take a look here, arms are bent. There's no movement. Watch the shoulders. There, I'd say it's a bit of rotation at the shoulders more than anything. He's okay. Absolute best of 147. That was set back at the World Championships in 2015. He was 7th at the Olympic Games in Rio.
Kone Mitsunori now is about to come out. You can see him there in the tunnel, just doing his final stretches and his warm-ups. Decent distance runner, as I mentioned, at school. His first Olympics. He's been in the sport for 10 years.
I bet he wouldn't run very far now. He might run quickly over 10 metres, but weightlifting legs are not suited to any kind of endurance.
I've heard they don't move quickly, weightlifters.
Unless there's a bar involved.
So the young 25-year-old from Japan now makes his way to the platform. His first attempt will be 135 kilos. That was the weight that Bernardine Kinku-Matam lifted. Let's see if he can do it here.
Kone Mitsunori, not the opening lift he would have been dreaming of. I say dreaming of, these lifters will have spent many weeks, months, years for this moment. It's not ideal when it starts off with a no lift. 3 attempts only in the snatch, 3 attempts only in the clean and jerk, and let me clarify, that is not 3 attempts at each weight, that is 3 attempts in total. For that reason, the athletes will be starting pretty heavy and pretty close to best, and that's why we often see failed lifts on the opener.
So now Denny from Indonesia, he'll be looking to lift 135 kilos now, his first attempt at the snatch. Not to be.
Another lifter pushing themselves maybe a kilo or 2 heavier than necessary. It's important to get the first one in, but remember, it's not the weight you start on, it's what you finish on that is all important. We now have 2 lifters. Both Konai and Denny failed now at the 135 mark. The first lifter to achieve the weight is the one that goes into the lead.
So Kingu Matam will return to the platform. Had a successful lift at 132. Now he's going for 135, his second attempt.
Got it, that's solid. So the bent arms overhead, absolutely fine. There's no movement in the elbows. That's a really good attempt. 138 was the numbers that he hit at the European Championships earlier this year. So 135, just 3 kilos shy. All-time best of 147, but that was 6 years ago. Extends really well. Good speed underneath the bar. Gutsy lifter.
So Konai Motonori now returning to the platform. Failed at 135. He's having another go at it though. Let's see if he can get it in his second attempt, the young 25-year-old.
Two failed lifts. Mitsunori under some serious pressure now. Has to make the next one to stay in this Olympic Games. There's a lot of pressure on the Japanese lifters. A lot of, not as much maybe as there could have been, but just sat back on the bar, never fully committed to getting underneath. Dropped the chest as he came off the floor, whipped the shoulders back to compensate.
So now Denny for Indonesia. He's now going for 135 in his second attempt. Can he get it this time?
It hardly looked like any extension. Somehow managed to sneak under the bar. And as by his body language, he's on fire. That was a great recovery from the earlier miss. Let's have a look. If you can see anything there. Barely got extension at the hips. Bit short. Needs to really get full extension to maximise the upward momentum on the bar. But it was enough.
So he heads back to the warm-up room at 135 with a successful lift. Gorja Shakidze from Georgia had the best results in the B group. 133 was his best snatch. 164 and 169 for the clean and jerk. Total of 302. Now Konai Mitsunori to try and attempt 1:35. His third attempt now.
He must get this. That's better. Does well to stand. Oh, that's a smile of relief. He can continue his part in the competition. Missed that and he would have been eliminated. No medals for the snatch or the clean and jerk. Absolute relief from Team Japan. It was a gutsy third attempt, and this is the sign of a true champion. The lifter that can pull it out of the bag when it really matters, and that he most certainly did. Thank goodness.
So he looks very relieved in the warm-up room. Here comes Kinku Matam. His brothers, all three of them, were all Olympians at the 92, 96 and 2000 games for Cameroon. Here he is here for France. His attempt at 1:38.
He's okay. I prefer to see lifters jump out the way, but he knows what he's doing, very experienced. Kingu Matan will have to be content with a 1:35 on his second attempt. He is still in the lead on the snatch, but I don't think he's going to be staying there for too much longer. Still, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lifters yet to start their campaign.
Just lost it at the back there in that aerial shot. Bernardine Kinku Matam. So now Adkam Jun Ergashev for Uzbekistan comes to the platform. He's now attempting to lift 139 on the bar. His first attempt. What can he do with this?
We're in excess of double body weight here. Well, a little erratic in the manner in which he approached that. Seemed to rush a little off the floor, never really steadied overhead. Ergashev in a spot of bother. See here, bar most away from him off the floor. Seemed to get quite nice and straight at full extension. When you're shifting these kind of weights, you can't be messing around with them. You've got to land it in exactly the right place. Doesn't need to change too much. Just be confident in the way he approaches the bar. And the slap and the tweak of the ears. If you want to get a reaction out of somebody, go and twist their ears and see how they'll turn around and wallop you one.
I've found the success rate always works.
Yeah, it's quite uncomfortable.
Just gets the smelling salts there as well.
A whiff of ammonium sulfate. If you've not tried those, go to the chemist and ask them for some smelling salts. They're often used just to clear the nose when you've got a cold. But in weightlifting, we use them to clear the head. Give me some more, he says. Come on, let's have a whiff. And he's still, oh, his eyes are watering now. So, I think that's a message from the coaches. Come on, wake up, you can do this.
So he comes back to the platform, now attempting to lift the weight he just dropped. Can he do it on this occasion? He was at the Youth Olympics in 2014. Can he lift 139 here?
Very good indeed. A little shaky in the arms. That's just the pressure he's under over double body weight. That was a great effort on his second attempt. Really good recovery. I regret that first waist. Still one attempt remaining. Let's see how much further he's able to push himself. Sits in deep.
Great shot from the rear. Ergashev successful at 1:39.
Mirko's going up by the looks of it to 1:45. He originally posted a 1:40. There's a few lifters now coming in out on these weights. We've got Chen Li-jun, who is probably the favourite for this title. He's going to be surrounded by numerous lifters on similar weights on the snatch, but he does have a very, very strong clean and jerk, and has posted a 1:78, which is a good few kilos more than anybody else in this category. So I think the medals are almost certainly going to go to those that are most consistent. Every lift will count from here on.
Bernardine Kinkul Matam at the moment has the most successful lifts at 2. So now Denny returns to the platform. He's now going for 140 kilos. Failed at 135, then succeeded at that weight. Can he go 5 more here?
Dropped his chest as he came off the platform. With this kind of weight, you've got to maintain that position off the floor to give yourself the best chance. Just see how lean all of these lifters are in this category. They've all cut weight to make 67 kilo body weight. Some will have come down just 2 or 3 kilos, others would have come down maybe 5 or 6. Throws the shoulders back to compensate for the earlier mistake, leaves the bar out in front.
Now, Han Myung-mok from Korea. He now comes to the platform. He'll look for his first attempt here at 1:42. His uncle was a wrestler and won gold at the '94 Asian Games. He then became a weightlifting coach. Can he do it here at 1:42? Looks good.
Takes a moment to steady himself before standing, and that is absolutely fine. You can sit there as long as you want. The lift is only finished once you've stood up fully, legs extended, feet in line. Oh, I hesitated before I said anything after the lift. I wanted to see what the referees made of that. I'm just taking a look now. Is there any movement from the jury? It's too late. The next lifter is on the platform. If you know what you're looking for, there was definitely a press out there with his right arm. Very lucky to get away with that.
So now Özbek from Turkey has this at 1:42.
Well, he might be wonky, but the bar's gone overhead and stuck. And that's all that matters. Good lift. Özbek, he's in the competition. 2 attempts remaining. And Osbeck has a best of 1:48 that was set at the European Championships in 2019. European champion this year. He knows what it's like to compete on a big stage.
So there's the numbers for Mohammed Osbeck.
We've got a couple of lifters now on that 1:42 mark, but it was Han Myung-mok from Korea that got there first. Remember, body weight no longer plays a part in proceedings. No longer is the lighter lifter the winner when two lifters lift the same. It's the lifter that gets to that weight first. Make of it what you like, that new rule. Got to be a bit lucky to have a place on the scoreboard. If you're higher up on the scoreboard, you'll be going out first, so it's a bit more luck of the draw compared to the body weight which you were in control of in past.
Not much separates them on the scoreboard. Myung-mok at the top on 1:42 at the moment.
That's right, and there's a lot of nip and tuck going on backstage. The coaches are messing around with the paperwork, pushing their lifters as far as they dare, pushing them to come out on some big numbers. And as we can see now, a quick scurry to the platform from Talib of Pakistan. It's because other lifters have increased their weights. It's pushed him out earlier than anticipated.
So Talib had his first Olympics, started lifting at 8. He was the best weightlifter at the Commonwealth Youth Champs in 2016. His father is a coach in Pakistan. He's got this at 1:44.
Very solid lifting there. 1:44, he's got a best of 1:48. That was the result from the Asian Championships earlier this year. So just 4 kilos shy of his best. This is a good number to come out on. Shows he's in good form. Sits tight at the bottom, just a little bit of adjustment made with the hips. Some lifters prefer to steady themselves in that bottom receiving position before standing, making sure they have full control. That'll do, thank you very much. Nicely into this competition.
There is Chen Lijun from China. Looks like it is Adkam Jun Ergashev that's coming out now. Had a failed attempt at 139, then he lifted 139. Now he's going a few kilos north of that to 144 for his third attempt. And the 22-year-old from Uzbekistan lifted.
4 kilos up on what he did to win bronze at the Asian Championships earlier this year. 2 kilos shy of his best. Oh, swings nicely out the back door. Didn't even hesitate overhead. He's questioning the psyche. So much more to this game than just physical brute strength. Very much technique is important, but so too is the self-belief. You've got to believe that you can do these weights. You've got to be able to convince your brain that you're capable.
So now Chen Lijun comes to the platform at 145. His first attempt in this snatch category.
Needs to be careful, needs to keep the hands on the bar below the shoulders when he's finished. And that is a very, very solid opening attempt to push him into the lead. Chen Lijun Drops the chest slightly, wide stance to receive the bar. That suits him. Some people would need a hip replacement if they caught the bar in that position. That's his style, and it is so effective. He really is an outstanding lifter. Some serious caliber behind him. World champion, 4 years.
So the Italian in Mirko Zanni, he comes to the platform. He has this at 145.
Lovely lifting from Mirko. No messing around from the Italian lifter. 148 is his best, starting at 145. Well, I didn't see anything wrong with that. That looks sharp as. He's got it 2-1. There's no movement from the jury. What on earth was wrong with that? Come on. Absolutely spot on.
It's Mirko's love of volleyball that got him started in a career of weightlifting. Started at 14. He was second overall at the recent European Champs in the 67 kilo category. He's lifted 145 here. A double body weight lift there for the Italian.
That was mightily impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing how far he can go. There's an outside chance of a medal.
Now Ozbek returns. He lifted 142 in his first attempt. He's decided to come up 3 kilos. Can he lift this at 145?
Well, that's disappointment on a second attempt. Let's just put this in perspective. Ozbek is still a junior lifter, still in the under-20 age group. Under-20 on the 1st of January of this competitive year. Good extension, maybe hung on a little bit too long. Shoulders back a tiny bit too much at the top. It's enough to put a swing on the bar. He's got some great credentials behind him. Now he needs to dig deep and try and correct that mistake. He's been European Junior Champion in 2019. Great youth and junior lifter.
Just getting some work done on his calves. There's the scoreboard at the moment. Chen Lijun at the top, 145.
Just one lifter yet to start, and that's Mosquera of Colombia. He's due in at 148. For those of you new to the sport, it's a rising bar. The lifters choose when they come in, and they only get 3 attempts. It's the best snatch added to the best clean and jerk to give them a total, and that's what determines the medals. The snatch phase of the competition, which is what we're watching now. The bar must travel from the floor overhead in one continuous movement, locking out with the arms, no bending allowed.
Ozbek had a successful lift at 142, failed at 145. He's going again at that same weight. Let's see if he can do it on the second occasion.
Well, he's definitely consistent. Unfortunately, it's consistency in the wrong way. We don't want to be dwelling on 2 failed lifts, but that's an opportunity gone to waste. 1 attempt, I'm not sure that's going to be good enough. These lifters must be consistent. That's where the medals are going to be determined. They're so close on the weight selection at the moment.
Chen Lijun leads it at the moment at 145, followed by Niangmok at 142.
Mirko Zanni, I think, in second.
Yes. Still 1 lift each for them. Myongmok now comes to the platform. He lifted 142. He's gone 5 kilos heavier at 147. His second attempt now. Can he lift it here? The young 30-year-old from Korea.
Fantastic recovery, and there's a big sigh of relief. If he'd sat at the bottom, he would have dropped that. He sat at the bottom, stood straight out. Absolutely the right thing to do. He was able to take a few staggers forward to save the weight. He goes into the lead with his mighty 147 kilos, drops the chest as he stands, needs the space on the platform. As long as he stands still, feet in line, shows control, the referees will give him the down signal. All of that because he whipped the shoulders back.
So now Talib from Pakistan to the platform. Lifted 144. Now he's going to try 147.
He's got it, 3 white lights. 147, not enough to go into the lead. He's the second lifter to hit that weight, so he's currently sat in second place behind Myongmak of Korea. Sound lift, 1 kilo shy of his best, which he set earlier this year at the Asian Championships. Really good extension. Bar hardly travels higher than his waist. And these lifters are just so quick to drop underneath, confident into that receiving position.
Now Mosquero Lozano to the platform. Great reception here for the young Colombian. He now has 148 on the bar. Let's see if he can lift it.
That is a sweet lift, has a best of 155, which is equal to the current world record. But that was set back at the Olympic Games in 2016 at Rio. Since then, the weight categories have been changed, so he is a lifter capable of going huge on the snatch. Bronze medal from the Rio Games. He's going to be looking for more here. It's a very focused lifter. Goes through his own routine. It works for him.
Got a great reception as he came to the platform. So now Myongmok returns. He's lifted 142. He's lifted 147. Now he's deciding to go 2 more at 149. His third attempt. There is his numbers.
149 is massive. 143 is the most he's done on an international platform, and that was at the Asian Championships earlier this year. So he's a man on the up, and at 30 years of age, this is a big improvement. Well, it's that much above his best. The tape on his thumb has slipped as well. You can see it hanging off. That won't be the excuse. That was more psychological than anything. But the 147 he'll have to be content with, and that's still a 4-kilo personal best. So a good day in the office for Han Myung-nak, representing Korea. Still in second place.
So now Chen Li-jun returns to the platform. Lifted 145. Now he's gone 5 kilos north of that to 150. The world record in the snatch is 155 in this category. Let's see if he can do 5 short of that.
Oh, that could be a costly lift. He's just put himself under pressure. Not quite in the groove, and that's a disappointment for Chen Li-jun, the Chinese contingent. Does have a mighty clean and jerk. Still needs to make the numbers up on the snatch because there are still so many lifters in this competition. So many lifters still in contention.
Mirko Zani the next on stage, but there is Chen Li-jun. There is Zani, the young 23-year-old from Italy. Has this at 150. Can he do this?
New personal best attempt. No, he can't, but he needs it. He's got 1 attempt remaining. Mirko is a feisty lifter. He'll be up for it. He's had quite a long wait between his first and his second attempt. Sometimes too long sat in the chair. You just switch off. I'm sure he'll come back and give that a better attempt. It's important that the Italian contingent don't get too carried away. They're probably asking themselves, should we go up? My view at the moment is no. Get that one on the board, you're going to need it. That is a personal best.
Taleb returns. He's now trying at 150. He's lifted 144 and 147, as you can see there. Now he looks to 5 short of the world record at 155. Can he lift this? Big lift here for the man from Pakistan.
Yeah, he's got it. 2 kilos above his best. 2 kilos above anything he's ever done before, and that's a huge milestone. You know, you get the 100 kilos, that's a big milestone in a lot of women's categories. 150, the 200s, you know, those round numbers. Smiles all round.
Have a look at the replay here. Just watch the cheeky little nod that he gave when he got it above his head. This shot might be able to show it a little better. Great power to get it there. There it is there. Great little nod. Here's Zani now. He's trying to lift 150.
Oh, that's unlucky. Mirko Zani knows that he needed that weight to stay in contention. He could find himself down the pecking order at 150. Eludes him today. He'll be back to fight another day and to be hitting that weight, I'm sure. He's trying to hang on to it with the upper body rather than using the legs to maximum effect.
Taleb goes to the top of the board at 150. Here's Mosquero Lozano. He's now wanting to lift 151. He successfully lifted 148 in his first attempt. It's 1 kilo above what we've seen and 4 kilos short of the world record. So a big lift here from the Colombian.
pressurised lifts coming up. So 148 is the number he's stuck on at the moment. He needs this 3 kilos. These 3 kilos would be enough to go into the lead. At the moment, that lead is held by Talib of Pakistan. This is hotting up now. Only a couple of lifters left. Chen Lijun. Oh, he's twisting. He's not going to recover. When you start to pick up speed and doing a helicopter, very difficult to recover. Now that is a big disappointment. Chen Lijun stuck on the 145, misses 150, misses 151. How costly will that be? Time will tell. So at the moment, Talab still holds the lead from Pakistan. Look at the twist in the shoulders. You do not want that kind of weight overhead going in that direction. Your feet are stuck to the floor. It's going to be sore tomorrow. I'm pretty sure of that. Body is not designed to take that kind of torture or also a talk.
So Lozano Mosquero now comes to the platform. Failed at 151 in his second attempt. He's now trying that same weight in his third attempt. He has lifted 148. So let's see if he can do this. He's got a great reception here at the forum. 151, 4 short, I should say, of the world record.
And there's your leader at the halfway stage. Luis Mosquera, representing Colombia, smashes the 151. It won't be long before we see the world record go. He's equalled the Olympic standard, therefore he won't take the actual record. He has to go a kilo more for it to be a record. That doesn't matter. At the moment, he's ensured he's in the lead going into the clean and jerk. Still some work to do, still some strong lifters out there. But he's well in contention. That is some fantastic lifting.
Look at the reaction from the coaching staff. They loved it. Mosquero, Lozano loved it. There's a closer shot of the coaches celebrating. What a great image that is. So Mosquero, he lifts a huge amount of weight in his lift.
He's got to fancy his chances going into the clean and jerk. Chen is not in the best shape that we've seen him.
So there are the standings. Mosquero, Lozano at the top, 151. And as you can see, not much separates second right down to 7th. And there are the group standings from Group B.
I feel like this could be a good run for the goal between Mosquera and Chen. Chen has a bigger clean and jerk in terms of weights posted. Not that that counts for much when they have the opportunity to change them. Chen can and is capable of making up the deficit. Mirko Zani, well, he's not too far away. Mirko Zani will be in a lucky position where a few other lifters failed the same kind of numbers, so he's still in contention with a big clean and jerk.
Back soon.
Italy, 150 kilos, third attempt.
同重量イタリアダンニ選手第3シーン。以上で男子67キログラム級スナッチ競技を終了します。15分後にクリーンアンドジャック競技を開始します。
Messages have been sent in from around the world for these athletes. Check the big board.
世界中のファンからメッセージが送られています。ご覧ください。
You're watching all the action of the weightlifting here in the men's 67 kilogram category from the Tokyo International Forum at the 2020 Olympics. Luis Mosquero Lozano had that big lift of 151 in his third attempt. It's 4 short of the world record in the snatch. A great effort after the disappointment of his failed second attempt at 151.
And that's the weight that leads at the halfway stage. Lifters have had about 15 minutes, another 6, well, they will have had 15 minutes, 6 still remaining on the countdown clock before the start of the clean and jerk. The lifters are just going back to an empty bar and they'll be building up their weights on the clean and jerk, ready to enter the competition. It's down to the coaches to get the timing right. The lifters will just be focused on what they have to do. See there, Chen Li-jun in picture, just starting his warm-up with the bar. Won't have been doing too much in the last 10 minutes or so. That's something we don't advocate with an empty bar. A little lazy, maybe a little disrespectful to the equipment, but I guess when you've got this kind of caliber about you, you can get away with pretty much anything. So a few words from the coach to say, right, this is what I'm expecting of you. Just focus on 1 or 2 things. Don't get too bogged down with the thought process. By the time you get to this kind of level and this kind of competition, it's a case of going out there and executing all of the preparations that have been put into the last few weeks, few months, few years even.
We just saw Han Myung-mook. Great results in the snatch, 142 and 147. A failed attempt at 149.
Yeah, he finds himself in 3rd place at the moment, just behind Talib of Pakistan and Mosquera of Colombia. Chen Li-jun down in 4th at the moment.
Talib's had some great numbers, 144, then 147, then 150. 3 successful lifts. Only one out of the group to have the 3 successful lifts. Finds himself in 2nd, just under Lozano. Wonderful to have your company, wherever you may be tuning in from. Around the globe, we are at the Tokyo International Forum, and you are watching all the action of the men's 67 kilogram category Group A here at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Great shot of the staging area, the platform, the volunteers that work so hard to pop up on stage and get plenty of exercise putting on the weights.
Yeah, the loaders are definitely staying fit. Just over 3 minutes until the action commences. Cannot wait to see who is going to take gold at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games here in the men's 67 kilo category.
As you saw earlier there, it's a pretty busy place, the Forum, despite the COVID restrictions. Obviously everybody keeping COVID safe, social distancing, all of that. Ergashev there.
Strapping up his thighs there by the looks of it. Maybe a sign of a touch of cramp. That's an indication of a drop in body weight.
It's his first Olympics in 2020. There's Talib there for Pakistan. Just going through some tactics leading into the clean and jerk. Bernardine Kinkul Matam is doing his final warm-ups. He lifted 132, then 135, and then failed at 138 in the snatch. Has some work to do in the clean and jerk to get himself into medal contention. He's put up 171 as his first weight for the clean and jerk. Mirko Zani was an unlucky lifter in the snatch.
Yeah, there are a few failed lifts across the board, but Mirko finds himself back on 145, 2 subsequent failures. That's put himself slightly down the pecking order in 5th place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place, yeah. But he's got a big clean and jerk. 170 is the weight he's posted to come in on. So Mirko Zani has an outside chance of still getting in amongst the medals, but he does need to clean and jerk well. Consistency is key.
Seen the jury. There they are on screen, and the referees. This is the big show, the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. There's the first attempt lifting tallies there for the clean and jerk.
Yeah, in no particular order in terms of the rankings of the weights. This is the order that they were drawn in. That's the order that we get on the scoreboard. So the lightest lifter will be coming out first. It's a rising bar.
There's the world record, 339. That's your overall total as the world record.
I don't think we're going to be getting close to that based on the weights that Chen snatched.
Pak Jong-ju has the current record there at 188 as the world record in the clean and jerk.
The 181 Olympic standard we might get close to. The lifters would need to go 182 to make that an official record. And at the moment it's only a standard because these are new weight categories for the Olympic Games. These were changed a couple of years ago. Bar is loaded. 164 is the chosen weight, and that will be for Tala Talib. That may change. The coaches have 2 opportunities to change their weights. That will be done backstage.
Konai Mitsunori has the second at 165 for Talib. And Denny from Indonesia. Moments away from the clean and jerk getting underway here at the Forum in the men's 67 kilo category.
Well, Talib going up, I'm assuming. The fact he's still sat there on his chair. Let's hope the coaches have switched on and realised that he has been called to the platform. The clock is ticking, 40 seconds. Yes, there we go.
He's getting some tape on his arm there, Talib.
So he's gone up to 165, only up by a kilo. The Korean contingent are also increasing weight. Japan Myanmar was due to come out at 165. That is now changing to 168. This is where the cat and mouse games begin. There's far more to this event than just lifting weights. There's a lot that goes on backstage. The athletes don't get drawn into the tactics. That's very much left to the coaches. You've just got to hope that your coach knows what they're doing.
So Konai Mitsunori makes his way to the platform, the first of the clean and jerk lifters. He is taking on 165 for his first lift. His first Olympics here. Been in the sport for around a decade. Let's see if he can lift 165 here in the clean and jerk.
That's okay, he can visit whichever corner of the platform he likes, so long as his feet are in line and he demonstrates control, he'll get the down signal. And that was a tough attempt. He worked hard for it, but a lift is a lift, and that one will do very nicely. Thank you very much. He's got himself a total, he's into the lead. He's not going to stay there for too long, but it is a solid opening attempt. Well done.
Coming forward on the 4x4, but he's left enough space there.
Well, it beats the start he had on the snatch, missed his first 2 attempts. This time able to execute early in the competition. I won't say he can relax, but at least he can go out there and show us what he's capable of, knowing that he's already got that total.
So Denny from Indonesia is expected out next. He's going to lift 166 kilos. It's his third Olympics. He's got a birthday coming up, so let's see if he can lift this 166. That's a great lift.
That was tough.
The judges agree.
It was a good lift, no doubt about that, but he really had to work, and he's taken his time coming off the platform because he's gone dizzy. That's a sensible, that's a mature athlete right there. Struggling a little bit with the legs or the knees. Taking his time, it means the loaders are not allowed onto the platform until he's off. Just buying himself a few more seconds, just in case he's one of the next lifters out. See the bar heavy on the shoulders, splits nice and long to get underneath the bar. Well, he's in some discomfort, that much is for sure, but pain is irrelevant at this stage.
Talib now, after getting some taping on his arm, as you can see there, he now lifts 166 as his first attempt in the clean and jerk.
He's okay, just shaking off the dizziness. Well, he's gone, he's all right, he's okay. Just get the belt undone, he just needs a second, legs in the air. It's a normal occurrence, this is. They've got a nice little banner, so give him a bit of privacy, but he is absolutely fine, just a little bit lightheaded. It won't take him long to come round from that. The challenge now is if he's got to follow himself, and it looks like the clock has given him 2 minutes. If he's got any sense and can think straight at this moment, he'll take his time coming off to buy himself as much time as possible.
He's up up on his feet, which is a good sign. Crowd show their appreciation.
It's not ideal when that happens on a first attempt. This has happened to me at Commonwealth Games. He's got to recover quickly now and come out again. Look how high the bar is on his shoulders, basically making it very difficult to breathe. And in this position, you'll see him shaking his head. He's trying to get his vision back. He's already gone black, probably can't see much.
Great maturity for a man at his first Olympics. 166 was the attempt. He failed at that, and as you can see, he's going to have another try a little later at 166.
He'll make most use of this time. They may even choose to put the weight up to buy him a little more time. But I think right now it's about getting one on the board. The questions now are over whether he goes up or whether he sticks, because this will have hampered his plans. He would have wanted to progress further, but going up at this stage could be risky.
All the tactics at the table there. That's where all the weights are posted. As you can see, just getting some ice on the neck.
Just to try and cool him down. It's pretty hot in here. He'll be okay. He's got 45 seconds on the clock. He knows he's got to go now.
So here he comes, the young man from Pakistan. 21 years young. .166 now on the bar. Can he get it this time?
Needs to get it this time. Cannot waste any more energy. He knows how long he's got. He's okay. No problems this time. That's a fantastic recovery under some serious pressure. Now he'll have a little longer to recover while a couple of other lifters take the stage. You can understand the frustration. There's nothing you can do as a lifter when the whole world starts closing in around you and you can see nothing. You don't have a choice but drop the bar. He had to bail on the first lift. Composed himself well. Just shows that you do need to be fit for this sport, but it's fit specifically for Olympic lifting, and that is why I'd encourage lifters not to have too long between sets when they're training.
So now Yang Mok comes back to the platform, this time for the clean and jerk. Wanting to lift 167, the 30-year-old Korean. Can he do it at this weight?
That's a tough clean to start with. Big arch in the lower back overhead. He just about holds it. And that'll do. He's got one on the board. He's holding his arm. Elbow, is it? I'm guessing. No, not happy with something there. Something's tweaked. Let's take a look. Works hard to stand up. It hits him quite hard. Takes a bounce. That's allowed. No problem. Keep the bar moving. Splits nice and evenly. Has to recover back foot all the way. Ideally, you'd want to recover front foot and then back foot just to protect the lower back.
Just getting some taping on the wrist.
It looks like it's more the top of the forearm, maybe the insertion of the wrist flexor.
Saw him just shaking that arm as he came off the platform. He's now just getting some treatment there.
Yeah, if he's jarred that elbow maybe and warm up or on the platform, could just be aggravated. Let's hope it holds out for the next couple of lifts. So Mirko Zani has chosen to increase his opener. He's now going up to 172. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lifters yet to start their campaign. 4 lifters that are in the competition are battling it out amongst themselves. In the lead so far with the overall total of 316 is Tala Talib of Pakistan, followed up by Han Myungma of Korea with a 314.
Osbeck at 173, you just saw there on the screen.
Checking the coaches are switched on. It's suddenly a quick sprint across the warm-up room when you've got to make that weight change. As long as it's done before the clock runs 30 seconds, that is okay.
Ono Mitsunori is moved to 172.
You need to have a sprinter in your team backstage. It happens occasionally if you've been caught off guard and other lifters suddenly increase their weights. Korea are now going up. Okay, at the moment we've got no clue what weight is going on the bar. It's currently at 170, still at 170, but the lifter that's being called is changing, so let's just wait for things to settle before we announce who is next to the stage.
Talib now making his way to the platform. He's looking at 170 here on this one. Failed at 166, then he lifted 166. He's gone 4 kilos north of that now. Clean and jerk record is 188, so he's well off that. Olympic standard 181. Can he do this at 170 here on his 3rd attempt?
That's a great lift. Well, after the initial disappointment on his opening 166, he's at least come away with a 170. That gives him a 320 kilo total. He's in the lead at the moment. Still a few too many competitors yet to start their campaign, so he's going to be out of the medals at the end of the competition. It's a pretty good effort for his Olympic debut. Well done, Tala Talib, representing Pakistan. Should be very proud of that performance indeed.
First Olympics. Father, a coach of Pakistan weightlifting. He started at the tender age of 8.
Give him some more credit as well. That was a personal best by 3 kilos, so got to be happy with that performance.
Yeah, you can see the reaction of the coaching staff. Here's Bernardine Kinku Matam. He's now going for his opening clean and jerk lift at 171. Can Bernie lift it?
So indicates to the referees that his elbows do not lock. When the bar goes to arm's length, we are going to see very bent arms. So long as there is no movement at the elbows, he'll be okay. He looked in trouble from start to finish. The speed off the floor doesn't matter. The fact he was slow coming off the floor, that's what happens when he gets to that mid-thigh position that is all important. It just wasn't really the spark that is necessary. That then made it hard to stand with the clean, and he looked mightily uncomfortable trying to adjust his hands. Drops the chest, works hard. Watch the adjustment of the hands. That's his style, that's okay. No legs though, no legs left to drive the bar to arm's length. And that's an opening attempt. He's in trouble, is Bernardine Kinku Matang.
So now Denny from Indonesia, lifting at 171 on this occasion. As you can see, he's already had a successful attempt at 166. Can he do it on this occasion?
Short on the extension, drop the elbows. That's more a case of going dizzy than anything. He'll be okay, just needs to get some oxygen in. He'll be having words with himself as he comes off the platform. 1 attempt remaining.
Again, smartly just taking a few seconds post-lift just to regroup. There's the lift at 171.
Just missed time catching it at the bottom. He's in some discomfort there. He's struggling with that leg. I reckon there's probably a touch of cramp going on. These guys have dropped body weight to make 67 and they're all absolutely ripped. Not an ounce of fat on any of these lifters.
Kinku Matam now. Failed at 171. Can he do it on this occasion, though?
Needs to drive now. Bernardine Kingu Matam in some serious trouble. 2 failed attempts in the clean and jerk. He just doesn't look close. He was 7th at the Olympics back in Rio. Has a best of 182. This a 171. He hit a 170 at the Europeans earlier this year to take 6th place, so he really is pushing himself in terms of where he's currently at. I just fear he may have started too heavy. Let's hope. He has 1 attempt remaining.
So Denny now returns to the platform. He's trying to lift a weight he failed to lift in his 2nd attempt there. Let's see if he can do it. The man from Indonesia, 171 on the bar.
Clearly in some discomfort. He needs to put that out of his mind and commit fully. No.
Unsuccessful lift there for Denny, 171. There's still 5 lifters that haven't had their first attempt. Chen Lijun, Adkam Jun Ergashev, Mirko Zani, Mohamed Ozbek and Louis Mosquero Lozano. They are the 5 that haven't lifted yet in the clean and jerk section.
You can see Ozbek there in picture, just doing a warm-up attempt. What's he got on there? 125, 35, 37, 67 on the bar, I think he had, 167. So that must be his last warm-up attempt.
And Mirko Zani, he now comes to the platform.
68 maybe. Yeah, Mirko, the feisty Italian. What can he bring on the clean and jerk?
He's got 172 on the bar. Let's see if he can lift it.
No. I don't think he's going to be given that movement at the elbows. Let's see what the referees make of it. Oh, he's been given it.
Just
2-1, but hold on a second. The jury have raised a flag, and I agree with the jury on this occasion, unfortunately for Mirko. He works hard to stand. Let's put this in perspective. 172 is the weight on the bar. 173 is his all-time best. But there is definite press out. It'd be good to see from head on, if we can, what the jury are thinking. So we can have the appeal from the coaches and the athlete, but the jury likewise have the power to overturn a decision. Nobody's listening to the jury at the moment, so they're just slowing the competition down. Somebody's going to notify Mirko of the decision, because he may choose to come back in at the same weight. This angle is no good. It's the elbows that we need to see, and that is the reason that the jury have overturned the lift. You can see it from behind, it's that obvious, but the front shot is the one we wanted.
Zanny just getting some fluids back in the weight room. So now Konai Mitsunori, the 25-year-old from Japan, lifted 165, now has 7 more on the bar. Can he lift it?
It's okay if he can stand still. Can he hold it? Hold it, hold it, hold it. Needs the feet in line, needs to show control.
Jeez, he's battling for it.
Wow, what an effort. That is a gutsy lift. That is absolutely tremendous. How his arms are still in one piece after that attempt, I do not know. The smile says it all. You do not often see lifters fight for that long. Let's take another look. The replay might go on at this speed for about 5 minutes. The clean was good, lands it, tries recovering, out of position. Well, let's let the pictures do the talking. The elbows stay locked, that's the key thing.
Jeez, he battled for that. Oh, Kinku Matam up next, but there he is. The man from Japan. Konai Mitsunori, and Kinku Matam has just come off the platform. Was going to lift 172.
It's a movement from the jury. They haven't overturned that decision, surely. No, we're good, we're good.
So Mirko Zanny has been called.
There was movement from the jury, but they have not done anything to that attempt. They're happy with it.
Konai Mitsunori, he looked exhausted in that last shot there.
Mirko's gone to 176. You can see there on shot, the scorecard has been changed. So, wow, he's missed the goodness me. Mirko, he's missed the 172. That's the lift that was failed. He's going up regardless.
Kinku Matam now. He's now going at 172. Can he get this? Can he finish it off?
Oh, so disappointing for Bernardin Kinku Matam. At the age of 31, you've got to question how many more years he's got in this sport. He's been around for what seems like a lifetime. That is desperately disappointing to bomb out on the biggest platform in the world. Unfortunately, he will make no total.
Ernie's been to 3 Olympics. His brothers went to 3 for Cameroon. His father, Didier, was a coach for Cameroon.
Desperately disappointed for him.
All failed attempts at 171 and 172. And 2 at 171. This Ergashev is getting the smelling salts.
A quick change of bar here. That's not often we see that happen. I'm guessing there's blood on the bar, and rather than taking the bar back and cleaning it, they're taking it off to clean it properly, obviously with new COVID regulations. So hence the delay.
Adkam Jun Ergashev just getting some final words from the coaches. He's at his first Olympics. Discussion going on here.
Oh, no. I tell you what's happened. They didn't know. Had they not been informed that Mirko Zani had been overruled by the jury on that first attempt? I'll explain after this lift.
So can Ergashev lift 173 here? His first attempt in the clean and jerk. His numbers were 139, 139 and 144 in the snatch. Now has this one at 173 clean and jerk.
Into third place, Ergashev goes, catapults himself up with that opening lift of 173. Got a best of 182. Earlier this year, 176 at the Asian Championships. Works hard to stand from the clean. He's got his thighs heavily strapped with that bandaging.
8 short of Talib at 320. Myongmok at 314. So Talib, Myongmok and Ergashev, that is your top 3 at the moment. There he is. Adkam Jun Ergashev, and now Ozbek returns. 173 on the bar now.
That's not good for a first attempt. It shouldn't be that hard. First attempt, it should be something you are capable of. Well, let's hope that was nothing more than a missed time, but he did keep it moving at the bottom, so he should have been able to have a chance of getting up. He looked like he's on balance. He keeps the chest high. Well, let's hope he's got more legs for the next attempt, because that was nowhere near.
Chen Li Jun and Louis Mosquero Lozano are the only 2 that haven't had a first attempt in the clean and jerk. There's the leaderboard there. Talib at the top, as you can see. Not much separates the top 5. 18 kilos from top to bottom. The man at the bottom, Gorja Chikedze from Georgia. He was in the B group. He had a total of 302. Now Ozbek has this attempt at 173. Failed in his first attempt. Can he do it on his second?
Oh, he's in trouble. He just doesn't have the legs. I fear he's come out too heavy here, and he knows he's in trouble. Head in his hands, as if to say, oh goodness me, and there's nothing he can do. Cannot go any lower in weight, has to take the same weight again. It's a rising bar. Seems like he's put his chips on a weight that's too much for today. A lot of pressure on this young man's shoulders right now.
He's put his third attempt at 173. Getting some smelling salts there.
Well, the clock is on Mitsunori of Japan, but he's gone up. Oh, tough. This is tough. This is really tough. Thrown it back to Turkey. He will not get the 2 minutes that he would have had. Now only gets 1 minute and the clock is counting. Not sure any amount of time is going to find him the extra legs he needs to stand with this weight. I hope he proves me wrong.
now Osbeck will return. He's failed twice at 173.
Needs to dig deep now.
Will 3 times be the charm?
Nope. Well, that is desperately disappointing, and you've got to question the decision-making here. A weight that he should be able to do. Has a best of 181. That was back in 2019, a couple of years ago. He's European champion, and that is a real disappointment. That should never have happened. Maybe on a 3rd attempt, but not an opener.
So now Hang Myung-mok will return. 167 he was successfully lifted. Hang a few more kilos up at 174. Currently sits in 2nd position just below Talib and just above Ergashev at the moment. Things can obviously change. Let's see if he can do this at 174.
Wastes no time on the shoulders. Should maybe have taken a split second longer to compose. That is a new personal best attempt. It's a big number in terms of his own personal standard. And Myung-mok, well, he needs to dig a little bit deeper, compose himself between the clean and the jerk. This one was just left, punching out in front. Pushed himself away from the bar. 169 is his best. And this would be 5 kilos in excess of anything he's ever done on an international stage.
So there is Myung-mok. Just keeping up the fluids. A amount of taping on his hand there. There's the standings at the moment. Talib at the top, but there are plenty chasing. Myung-mok, one of them. He has 1 left. Ergashev has 2. And there rounds off the tail. Kinku Matam and Osbeck out of contention. Now Myung-mok Han will come to the platform. Going for 174, and the weight that he failed at moments ago in his 2nd attempt.
That's not the time for your shoelace to come undone, is it? Coach is doing it because his thumbs are heavily taped. It makes it a bit tricky.
Just over 30 seconds left. He won't worry about that too much.
Bit of chalk on the neck to make sure the bar doesn't slip.
Can Han Myung-mok lift it at 174?
Well, this is for the lead, and he's got it. Smiles and relief all round. That's a great recovery from the 174 that he missed a second ago. And a great new personal best mark. Up 5 kilos on a weight he's ever lifted on an international stage. So celebrations all round.
Maybe he should tie his shoelaces before every lift.
Bit short on the extension, it doesn't matter. He was able to get underneath. speed of these lifters is so impressive. Splits long, the recovery's a little bit ugly, but who cares? The bar has stuck overhead.
And we're about to see a great battle here because Mosquero Lozano and Chen Lijun, they are yet to lift in the clean and jerk. Chen Lijun is now approaching the platform, and he's got 175 on the bar.
But remember, he's down from the snatch. He's got a deficit to make up, so he must get this on a first attempt.
Big lift from the man from China. There's one.
And he's got a mighty personal best of 187 kilos. That was set at the World Championships in 2019. Let's put this in perspective. He is the world champion from 2019, 2018, 2015, 2013, Asian champion from 2021 and 2019. Withdrew from the Olympics 5 years ago in Rio. And now he finds himself chasing the elusive title.
I mentioned this would be a great battle. Here comes Mosquero Lozano from Colombia. 175 on the bar. Can he do what Li Jun just did?
Very nice indeed. He's a man in control. He's got a 6 kilo advantage after the snatch. It is 6 kilos, isn't it? 6 kilos, yeah, 6 kilo advantage, and all he needs to do is follow Chen. He's got the luck of the draw in that he's lower down the scoreboard, so Chen will have to make the move first. He just needs to follow and execute.
Has the lead at the moment at 326 overall. He has one lift remaining. So too does Chen Lijun. And Ergashev has one as well, but he needs a lot to build up there. So Lozano is your leader at the moment. Can he hang on, or will Chen claim the title for China?
Okay, so Mirko Zani, he's got a point to prove here. Remember, it was a while ago we saw him on that 172, but the jury overruled. The referees gave it to him. Jury said no, he does not have a lift on the board.
Can he do this at 177?
Big personal best attempt. This is huge, and he's in trouble. Come on, Mirko. He's had a feel for it. Shaking that wrist, he's clearly in discomfort. He's going to have to dig so deep, is the young lifter from Italy. This is a very risky call that the coaches have made. They put everything at stake here. Rather than playing it safe and repeating the 172 that was overruled. They're gambling everything.
Great battle here late in the men's 67 kilogram category. In the clean and jerk section, there is your leaderboard. Lozano at the top. 5 kilograms separates gold and silver. Talib drops back to the bronze at the moment, but Chen Lijun is there with him. Chen has one lift to go, whereas Talib has finished at 166, 166 and 170. The last two were successful. There's Ergashev doing his late warm-ups, and Zani now returns to the platform, this time trying for 177.
He looks rattled.
Second overall at the recent championships in Moscow. Can he lift 177 here in Tokyo?
Yes. What a lift for Mirko Zani. He's got it. A huge personal best. Missed his opening lift. Coaches put him up. They put him so far out of his comfort zone. That is one heck of a lift. If you know anything about weightlifting, truly tremendous. And he's catapulted himself up into second place, only behind Mosquera, who surely is going to be contending for gold or silver. Look at that.
That is a huge lift for the Italian. He's 4 short of Lozano, who has 1 left. And he takes Myungmok's spot in the silver. He drops back to bronze at the moment. It's a big lift for the Italian and a big moment here in Tokyo.
I'm emotional for him. Goodness me, that was insane.
So Konai Masanori now has this one at 178. He's lifted 165. As you can see, he's lifted 172. That was his last one. This one is a big lift.
Only enough to put him up into 6th place in the overall standings, so more a personal milestone than anything.
Can't do it.
No height on the bar. That bar literally got just past his knees. And he attempted to dive underneath. Not enough in the legs today. You have to be content with the 172. A little down on his best. But he's got a total. Look at that, 1 second left on the clock. Total.